you guys, the board members, an opportunity to understand the process and then ask questions regarding that. And you know, when you think about, one thing that Mr. Organwith wanted me to remind you, each of you will be emailed this agenda and you'll have access to it. And on the agenda are several hyperlinks that will you should be able to gain access to all the documents we talk about today. One of the things I remind you, try to remember to be sure you're logged into your GISD account, because sometimes you'll have a Google account. I do. I have a separate Google account, and then I try to access GISD documents, and I don't have access. Well, it's because I'm not logged into my GISD account. And so that's a good little reminder. We can also adjust those links to where they're open to everyone. But we just kind of want to be in the habit of using our GISD account when we can, okay? And then you can stop us at any point to say, hey, I need a little clarification. What I've asked everybody to do is, we're trying to, if you think about, we're trying to be at about a 30,000-foot view so we can give you an overview of things. And then I'm sure over time, questions, well, I need some clarification on this area. What we're trying to do is utilize the strengths of the leadership team to accomplish all the needs in our community. And so, you know, there's strategic goals I'll try to describe and give you a overview of, and then some of them, others will provide additional information to. Does that make sense? Okay. Is there anything each of you need right now just to feel comfortable? Yeah? It's a little warm in here. We tried to, but we got heaters. If we got to adjust that, just let me know, and then we do have lunch coming in, and so I'll watch for that. I'm gonna have to, I'm showing my age here. Gotta get my glasses on. Can't see that. That's pretty bad, huh? So if you'll recall, we began this process with those community forums were kind of I'm going to say the key or the catalyst to driving this entire strategic plan. So what's kind of, I think, what's really good about that is that if there's questions around why you're doing certain things, it was a need that came up in the community. So every community, and we did something very unique in Gadsden. David Chavis, who's executive director of CES, he's done this with several districts, but the board's request was to have a community meeting at each of our high schools. And so we had one at And I think over time you learn a little bit too, right, about that. So those community forums are very important. And then you have a link there to the results. So it's not like this, we have them written down and even prioritized, because through that process what would happen is they were broken into groups. Some of you participated, Lena, I know, yeah, I think everybody here participated. So you got to identify needs, and then it was that group would prioritize it. And so your highest priorities should have come up, and those are what we're trying to tackle first. And our goal at the end of 3 years is to be able to say, we've touched all these needs. And then probably you go back to your community, what are your needs? And it becomes that continuous improvement cycle that you're trying to accomplish. Does that make sense? Any questions about that process? Okay, let's talk about that. So the question was, and for online people to hear me, the question was, do you follow up? So what we'll do as a leadership team is on a quarterly basis, we'll come back to the board and say, here's where we're at on these goals, and here's our progress toward, and if we've accomplished it or feel like, we all agree that it's accomplished, okay, we want to maintain, and then we take on the next one, and we start working on the next one, start working down that list. For the community, my thinking was once a year, go back to the community and we can talk about when a good time for that is, and say, okay, here's what you told us, here's what we've done to try to address those concerns, okay? And that may or may not mean you probably wouldn't want to do like a full-blown, I mean, it would have to be kind of structured to where I'm providing you information, and you can, we always want an open dialogue, but we don't want to have to redo that community need every community meeting, right? We would do it every 3 years. Does that make sense? And if some other needs come up, that's going to happen. I mean, I think that's the reality. I think we all understand that. As we progress through this, what we'll deal with in more of an operational basis is we're working on these items, something out of the blue comes up, we deal with something out of the blue, and we get back to it. So it's kind of a grounding document, if you will, that says, right, this is where we want our work to be. Unfortunately, sometimes things get us, we got to deal with other things, and then we're back, right? And that really becomes, part of the process. It's actually part of the job I like, because no 2 days are the same. But it puts a lot of, what I think Gadsden has right now is I'm going to say the most effective leadership team in the Southwest. I'm not even going to say New Mexico. I'm going to say the Southwest. And we have an opportunity to hit a lot of needs in the next 3 years, and I don't want to miss that. And so I'm pretty excited about that piece. So, Nick, did anybody want to, was there something there you wanted to maybe emphasize?
No, sir, it was showing.
Just showing, okay. Right, and so you get to see what that looks like, okay? And one thing I would point out, when I transitioned here, I didn't do anything this in depth, but I did sit with, I think it was about somewhere around 200 individuals with, scattered out the community. And one of the main items that came up at that time was technology. Interesting enough, I would point out technology, this go around, was not a major factor. And I find that, I think what I would say to that is, that says to me, we've done a lot to address those concerns, right? So it's still there. I don't want anybody to think that technology is not important, but I find it, in my transition in, I heard technology time and time again, and I'm going to suggest that we've made some huge strides towards improving that piece, okay? We did participate in a leadership. We had a Saturday work session similar to this. Mr. Chavez, Dr. Rendon, and Evan Gasser, who was another consultant we work with, helped us with kind of establishing a mission, vision, and then these buckets. And those buckets were the strategic goals. Then the leadership team went to Albuquerque, and we spent about a day and a half, developing strategic goals and action plans to address those. So what kind of happens is we all get to a point that we agree on, here's the goal we're trying to get to. Then the leadership team takes on the action plan. They bring it back to the board and say, okay, the goal you established for us is this. Here's our action plan to address it. You stamp it approved, and they go to work. Does that make sense? In a simple manner, okay? We sat with our campus administrators to give them an opportunity to get input. So now we have community input, we have board input, we have administrative input. Teachers definitely were able to participate in those community meetings, and we had several that did. And so, I think we've gotten a wide range of stakeholders. Today we have the board presentation, and then the enactment would be when, and Ms. Flores and I will review the agenda this weekend at some point, But when the board approves the strategic plan, that's when we officially go to work. Does that make sense? Okay, and we may be close to that, we may not. That's up to you guys. I had put it on the draft for an action item, but at the end of today, you can tell me whether you're comfortable with that. We need more discussion on it, what that might look like, okay? Okay. And then pre-K, and I'm gonna pull this straight in here. So I need to grab my notes, and so what I'm gonna try to do is I'm gonna give a little survey of each strategic plan, and then Estrella, I promise you, I won't forget you, because and the reason why we're gonna have to. One of the big things, the reason why pre-K is a little set off to the side. A lot of changes in pre-K. Now, Ms. Villalobos, did you start the first pre-K classroom in Gadsden? Yeah, I'm the first pre-K teacher in Gadsden, okay? And then, you know, a couple years ago, we probably had, I don't know, we've increased significantly. And we still have waiting lists. And our goal is to offer every child and family the opportunity to be in pre-K if they choose it. We're not quite there yet, but we have increased pre-K significantly. But there's a lot of changes at the state level in where pre-K's at. And we're all going to have to be very watchful of this. I personally believe we have a academic standard established, and we don't want to see that drop. And to be real candid with the board, you know, keep in mind that, you know, in Gadsden we have Head Start, we have CYFD pre-K, we have our own pre-K. Did I cover it all, maybe? And I'm going to tell you, you know, some of those CYFD pre-Ks they utilized our facilities and ran the program. And if you were to spend a day there, go spend a day at Head Start, and go spend a day at GISD on-track pre-Ks, personally, I'm going to tell you, it's not even a conversation. We are head and shoulders academically above that. It's a whole other level of what the team here and Ms. Burciaga has put in place. And we don't want to lower that. I don't think anybody wants that, right? And so one of the, you know, and I may squirrel here a little bit, but one of the things that we're talking about as a leadership team is, you know, with our goal is to meet every need within the community. So what I guess I kind of mean by that is, if you need transportation to school, we're going to provide it. If you need breakfast, we're going to provide it. If you need school supplies, we're going to provide it. If you need housing, we're going to try to help provide it. If you need medical, we're going to provide it. If you need mental health, we're going to provide it, right? I'll go down the list, all those needs. What we cannot water down is academic standard. We'll meet all those other needs, but we have got to have a very high academic standard, because that's going to make the difference. See, you can fill all those individual needs, but if you don't have a high academic standard, we all know when they jump out in the real world, they won't be ready. They will not be successful. And we are the largest rural school district in the state of New Mexico. And what will kids do? You've seen it. They'll panic, and what do? They run back home. I've seen it my whole career, and they do the same thing here that they do in Mountain Air and in Cloudcroft. If we don't do well to prepare them and get them comfortable, when things get hard, they run back home. Right? And I want them back home, I'll be honest with you, but I want you back home with a master's degree, a PhD, a bachelor's, and I want you doing something to help build your community. That's when I want you back home, not when the second semester of college got hard and college algebra was too much for you. That's not when I want you back home. So, you know, that's just a little squirrel there. Okay. You guys got to keep me focused. You let me squirrel already, Mr. Wargoth. You're not doing your job. Strategic plan. First one, develop and create exemplary learning environments through different modes of instruction and evaluation. Now, the responsible individuals for this that I've written down are Ms. Hernandez, Mr. Duggan, Mr. Wogamuth, Mr. Araujo, and I think Ms. Cregan is a part of this, specific to health and wellness. So a little summary, and then I'll let each of you kind of, you know, jump in as you feel needed. So we're talking about one of the most important things is professional development. If we don't train our teachers extremely well, how can we have that high standard? We're going to lose, they're not going to be able to deliver that quality instruction we're looking for, right? And we're living this right now, standards-based instruction. I can't say it enough. It seems so simple, but this is where it comes down to each individual teacher truly knowing their standards, knowing what their children need to know, and what it looks like to be proficient. That all sounds like, that makes sense. You know, if you think of math, I give them a problem, they can solve the problem or they can't. It seems simple, but getting everybody on that path, it's a boulder to move up a hill. But we are committed to making that happen. MLSS, let me explain a little bit about MLSS. It's multi-layered systems of support. And so what it really kind of boils down to is, what are we giving to all students? And then what are we doing for students who are struggling? And it has to become systematic so that fewer and fewer students fall through the crack, right? And we've got to be real thoughtful about each of those layers and where those supports come from. School culture. Every single school, from pre-K to 12th grade, I think is it 27, right? 28? They got their own culture. Santa Teresa Middle is different than Gadsden Middle. Little things, but there's a different culture at every single one of these. Sunland Park is different than Desert View, and they're blocks away from each other. They are. And we've got to understand that. We've got to honor it. But there's some parts of this thing that we got to make sure we're welcoming and open and inviting and you know, doing some things yeah. Health and wellness. If there's anything we have learned about the pandemic, you know, nursing kind of just was, I don't know, nursing does their thing. They take care of, let's just say, you know, before the pandemic, it was, you got a couple students who are diabetic, and we need someone to monitor them, right? You got a couple students who need meds, they take care of it. What did we learn now? And what are our kids' needs now? Now, I'll share something with you that happened to me this week. Miss Ludwig calls me. She's tuned. I think she may have a GPS on my car. She knows exactly when I'm driving, which is perfect because I can get a lot of conversations done there. But she'll call either my way to work or my way home. And she shared a story with me this week that this year she cannot recall any of her students reaching out or needing major mental health supports. DPA this week, because of COVID, went on 10 days remote. 2 of her kids were admitted to the peak. So when we wrestle, and it's a wrestling match, I think everybody here knows it, with the decision to be in person and remote and all those factors, we cannot forget how important in-person learning is, and how, in my opinion, what we learned last year was isolation for any human is bad, right? And that's, in essence, what we did. In essence, we isolated every child in the state of New Mexico, and maybe across the nation. And I'm not saying that was a bad response. I'm saying we didn't know. Now we know how important in-person learning is. And I think ultimately what we might have realized, we did it too long. It probably made sense if, you know, and, you know, this is not a criticism, but when you look back to last year, to go the entire year, that was too much. We've never been through a pandemic, so we're learning. But that's when, you know, taking these remote breaks and then getting back is incredibly important. So, you know, that's just something I'll note there. Mr. Hernandez can go on, Mr. Araujo, about a structured literacy framework. And that is going to be a key to our children being proficient. STEM pathways. A lot of conversation around STEM. The great thing about New Mexico is there are tons of careers STEM related right here. So when I say I believe students can go get, you know, they can do 2-year certificate programs, they can do 4-year graduate degrees, and work right here. Those opportunities are right here, which is, I think, what a lot of our families lean into. I think that's something that, I'm going to say that's a strength of our area. And then the other thing I think we've learned, the idea of a virtual academy really serves the need of some of our families. You know, there are some of our families, that virtual academy, and you know, Mr. Wogemuth and Mr. Hernandez, I think, can verify that we have a handful of kiddos that are just excelling on this thing. I mean, they're taking off and running. And I think it's an alternative for our families that I'd like us to consider to maintain. I don't want to take on anything statewide, and that's kind of been presented to me a couple times. I'm like, you know, I'm not ready to, we're not even anywhere near having that conversation. But, and then we do have some families that have attempted the virtual learning, and it's not working, because it takes and I wouldn't, when I was 16 years old, virtual learning would not have worked for me at all. So, you know, finding the right place for that, and somewhere, you know, we're thinking about that becoming a component of Desert Pride Academy. And if you also think about some things is, you know, we have an alt school in Desert Pride. So maybe there's, you know, credit issues, maybe there are discipline issues. We have the traditional alt school, if you will. And then sometimes we have situations where a virtual academy may be a better placement, and so that would be an option. So, okay, that was my little summary. Anybody want to add to that particular strategic goal? And this is a lot of detail in it, and you have access to it, but I don't know, leadership team, do you have anything you want to add to that piece? All right.
And so I just want to make sure, in regarding this plan, it's really more of a strategy piece in regards to the timelines. I know that staff and also our board and ourselves, we want to make sure that we're pacing ourselves without trying to do everything at once, because we found that, as you know, this team has only been in place this semester, and so we all came up with a bunch of ideas, and we really tried to push them. You know, and I'll own that piece, because we saw all the gaps immediately. So one of the things in regards to this professional development piece was, one of the things we found is, and being in the district for so many years, most of our PD was in-house, so we kept training ourselves on the same thing, right? And so we would send maybe one person out, and then that person would come back and just train the people here, but we never had really a full, you know, outside pieces other than the high schools, but really only one of our high schools worked with SREB, and we'll go into that a little bit later. So one of the things we found in regards to developing the strategic plan is that we were already doing, you know, a lot of these things, but there was no oversight or accountability on that piece. And so once we found that, once we tightened a little more, had a little bit more oversight, and we're able to start identifying structures that would monitor pieces, we really started seeing changes. And even though we have been in COVID, in this past semester, our beginning of year data, for example, on the diagnostic tests, we have like iReady, iStation, those pieces, they came back pretty low the first time, right? But we noticed that as we implemented the proficiency grading scale, you know, with a lot of growing pains, our middle of year data actually showed huge growth in some campuses. We have, I think it was La Unión Elementary's 4th grade group literally increased. Like, we were very surprised at the number. And I think a lot of it is because, like I said, we've tightened instruction and we've thrown out a lot of fluff, right? That since it's standards-based, they're really having to look at standards. We can't just give grades for anything. And it's still a process, but I just wanted to like say that our district has already done a lot of great things things. It's just that those were some of the gaps that we found, that there wasn't oversight. A lot of our PD was random, is what I want to say. And so there's no, even now, we have a lot of PD going on, and we talk as a team, okay, so how are we monitoring it? How do we know that, when we are doing the SREB pieces in regards to the leadership, how are they implementing it, and how do we hold them accountable and ourselves accountable, right? Because these are pieces that we're working on. And so I think that's all that I just wanted to reiterate. And another thing was that we found a lot of inconsistencies in curriculum across the district. So we had adopted certain curriculums, right, or frameworks, but one school was able to do it and the other school didn't want to do it. But again, because of the lack of oversight and accountability. And so I think that now that we didn't have a director for elementary since this August, and so there was really no oversight at the elementary levels, and so we're starting to do that piece. We also were able to have a lead counselor position, which has made a huge impact, and a lead social worker position, because there are some departments or areas that had no one kind of supervising, like Rosie was maybe their supervisor, but when you have 300 people across the district, it's very hard to do those pieces. So, Nick, go ahead.
I just wanted to step back here to the STEM pathways really quickly and the virtual academy, and really point out that those are a couple of things that we're looking into that are tied specifically. As you remember from the community meetings, there was a lot of conversation about, how do we make sure that all of our communities have access to, these CTE programs or these pathways. And so, that's a challenge based on facilities. It's a challenge to replicate certain programs at every place. However, these STEM pathways that we do have and that we are looking to partner through Project Lead the Way can give us a pre-K through 12 connection in the three areas of computer science, engineering, and biomedical science that can eventually run across our whole district. So you don't need super specialized facilities for that. You need folks trained and the right equipment through PLTW, but those can really be housed in multiple places. So over the next 2 to 5 years, we're looking to make sure that those are available in all of our campuses in those three areas. And then in addition, with the virtual academy, with our current partners at Mintum, this can help us move forward in, again, providing opportunities for advanced placement classes in multiple areas across all campuses. Because if we can't staff it, we can partner with them to staff it virtually. If it's a point where we want to have kids that want AP Chem at Chaparral High School, we don't have a teacher, and there's only 5 kids. Then what can we do to make sure that those opportunities are provided to our kids there? So that's part of that virtual academy idea as well, not only to have a standalone virtual academy, but to have those opportunities reach out to our different individual communities. They provide resources, teachers, and support for some different intro classes into pathways. Obviously, the practical stuff, they can't really do. But they do offer an expanded menu of intro classes that our kids can have access to, again, at a standalone virtual academy or on each campus. So we'll be looking at that to see what kids' experiences in those classes are. And I do want to point out that the nice thing about our partnership with Mintum is, and we're learning this year, how the multiple different supports it can fill. It can fill anywhere from advancement to credit recovery to I want to try something else. And they really want to help us establish our own academy. Right now, we're looking at, for the next year or two, using their teachers, the Ed Options Academy teachers, to teach fully. But they've also said, hey, we can also train your teachers to become virtual teachers using our courseware. So over the span of the next 3 years, we can go from Mintum Ed Option teachers running the whole thing as we establish our procedures and protocols and leadership in that, to let's train, and it's half and half, to we are almost all GISD virtual teachers with Edmentum Ed Options teachers filling in the gaps for people that we don't have certifications for. So a lot of opportunities here for students relative to a couple of those program needs, across the district. And again, we're very unique. Some districts that are smaller that I've experienced on some CTE trips are able to kind of ship their kids to a center, right, for their tech classes. It's a little bit of a challenge in our district. So this is kind of a step into that to give opportunities as we kind of see in the future. Can we get kids to all to a specific location for some upper level CTE classes? So I just wanted to point out that clarification as well.
Nick, before you give or Mr. Dempsey, maybe you can give the example of how we used Edmentum for that courseware that 40 students were over, and we were able to facilitate that piece, right? We were able to use Edmentum.
Yes, Mr. Hernandez. I think there's been, again, this is really kind of a Swiss Army knife to lots of things that are coming up in the pandemic. We had one of our campuses, this happens sometimes with the half credits in Mexico history and health, depending on the certification of a teacher. So we had a chunk of students that, had the Mexico history first semester, they needed health second semester, but due to a little bit of scheduling conflict, all 40 of those kids couldn't move into that half history of health. So we had an opportunity to leverage some of our Edmentum Ed Options teachers and licenses to make sure that those kids get a high quality health experience in those areas. In addition, we've had some staffing shortages at the at the secondary level in certain campuses, and so rather than just have a sub cover everything, we have great department heads at our campuses that try to prepare for themselves and then prepare for the sub, and before they know it, they're trying to prepare for 400 kids, and that's not good for anybody's mental stress during the day. And so we're able to leverage on some of our campuses some of our Edmentum licenses to say, hey, you need a science teacher? We've got some Edmentum Ed Option science teachers, and so they're facilitating our kids through the science courseware. It's obviously not as good as an in-person teacher, but it's certainly an improvement upon what the sub is getting. So lots of things that we're discovering this year in the pandemic with our Ed Option services. Not perfect, nothing's perfect, but it really gives us an opportunity to see where this fits over the next few years and what works for our kids in a model of virtual school and what doesn't. But we do have, again, multiple reasons for a need for a virtual school. So I think we're stepping down the right, the right track with some lessons in that as well. Ms. Flores, you had said the vacancy, correct?
Yes, so you mentioned that have we already taken advantage of?
Yes, we have. Yes, ma'am.
And at what schools, please?
So right now, the health need is at Gadsden High School. The science vacancy need that was expressed is at Santa Teresa High School, and then at Alta Vista High School, they don't have a vacancy per se, but traditionally they would use our former program, Edgenuity, to take care of some, Spanish and psychology classes, which they have done for several years. We shifted to Edmentum because Edgenuity really doesn't provide that, teacher interaction, that, teacher grading. Edgenuity is kind of course where you just move through. We shifted to have, because this is what we want with our Alta Vista and DP kids that need specialized credits. So we shifted to Edmentum for a couple of those classes because they get the courseware, but there's a teacher grading, give you feedback, providing live lessons and live help. So that's really an improvement upon that. So those are the ones that have been expressed to us at semester in December by our campus administrators.
So if I understand correctly, at Santa Teresa High School on DPA, we do have Ingenuity.
We still have it. Well, okay. So Edmentum, we're using Edmentum.
I'm saying Edmentum, not Ingenuity. I don't know where that came from.
You're fine, Ms. Flores. For specific, how do I put this? specific unplanned staffing shortages that occurred. The main bulk is at Santa Teresa High School, that's the largest group, and at Gadsden, the smaller health group. And I think those are the main two, and now I'm gonna, check back on my notes, and the DPA ones are, instead of using Edgenuity, our old program that we've used for several years, because we want to give them an online class, we're using Edmentum for those.
So I don't want to put you in the spot, but
That's fine.
last semester, there was a geometry class at Chaparral High School vacancy, and
Correct.
so are we also using Edmentum? Is it just, how are we deciding what
Yeah,
schools that we're going to provide those services?
With that, and I know it's exactly what the specific one that you're talking about. So when we're choosing, and again, we're kind of learning how to best fit kids into it, the Edmentum courseware. So for the secondary schools, and for Edmentum 6 through 12 is what they consider, a secondary, typical middle school, typical high school. They offer their courses in a part A and a part B, right? So you take geometry A, geometry B, right? That's your, your year-long geometry credit. So the practice that we followed this year was, okay, there's a geometry vacancy late, I think there was like a geometry vacancy late, maybe past the first 9 weeks that occurred at Chaparral High School. So the thought was, it's going to be hard to drop those kids, 10, 11, 12 weeks into the first semester geometry A on Edmentum. So then the thought was, okay, let's look at semester when the B part starts for all of the kids in Edmentum geometry, and let's drop them in there. So we had scheduled to drop those geometry kids into Edmentum. However, I do believe that, and I guess I have to look, I do believe that geometry vacancy at semester was able to be filled by an in-person teacher, because obviously we always want to go, in person. So we had plans to do that from that principal, and then we were able to move on from those geometry ones because we had an in-person teacher.
I would just ask that for any school, whether it's Santa Teresa, Gadsden High School, that it be fair. And I understand the idea of dropping them in semester B, but we do have to have a plan B, C, D, et cetera, for when we have vacancies, I believe, because it's not fair to any child in any school to be without a teacher.
Absolutely, and I think that, as I shared earlier, definitely learning this year on when the best ways to kind of drop them in. And I think when we look back on this year, it's going to be, we could have done that. So when that situation comes up next year and the future years, this is what we can do. And that's kind of, I think, our approach as a team. We could have done this. Our experience tells us next time the situation occurs, we can attack it a little bit differently. So thank you for those great questions, Ms. Flores.
One sec. Technical difficulties.
Question, on the ingenuity that we have, and I'm going to go, for example, at Alta Vista, okay? And I'm going to jump into the Spanish one, okay? My wife and I have noticed that when we helped Armando, and then also when we helped, now that we're helping Alejandro, we noticed that it's not the same type of Spanish that we speak. Originally it's a different type of Spanish because as Armando did, we get, when we help them out to, pronunciation or sentencing, the way it's pronounced, the way it's used in a sentence, it's never the same. Or it's not the same Spanish that we use. Is that, what dialect are we using for ingenuity for that?
Okay, so, that is something, Mr. Cano, I'm going to have to specifically look into. I'm going to say that what is probably what is being taught at any of those Edmentum language classes is I want to use the word standard because that's not fair, right? It's not going to be a regional dialect of Spanish we use on the border or regional dialects of language that are used around the country. It's going to be what probably I learned in Tularosa, even though it's a little closer close to the border, maybe Spanish for non-native speakers. But I can check to see if, are we going, and I can look more into this, because this is a good question you have. Are we going Spain Spanish, right? Are we going Spain Spanish, there? So I'll look into that and try to get you some information on how best to, let you know. And I think that's good for the kids to know and the teachers know going forward.
Well, first of all, good morning.
Please, Manny, yes, please help with the Spanish conversation. Really, let me get myself in a hole here.
I'm going to try and use the correct Spanish. And that's one of the things that we've always struggled. I've had conversations throughout the years, like even at regular high school. We have our classes that are native, or that are native Spanish speakers. Some of them were not even in a bilingual classroom, and that's great. I mean, they're Spanish strong. And then we have the other ones that are non-native speakers. That might be one of my children, I'm sorry. But then we've always struggled with, is there a program out there for the ones that are in the middle? And and we look, and sometimes we may find that program, but the reality is, like, you have and I'm just gonna say the name Santillana, which may not mean anything to you, but Santillana is from Spain, and so a lot of their stories, a lot of their conversations, a lot of their scenarios are in a language that might not be from this part. And so it's a little frustrating, I understand, from a parent perspective. It's like, wow, I'm trying to support my child, but gosh, I'm having a difficult time even making sense of it, right? Or sometimes the kind of expressions, not so much the academic Spanish, but sometimes there's some I'm going to call it social Spanish, that you're like, it doesn't make sense. So that's something that we continue to work with, and something that, we will look into, so we can provide you a more specific answer.
Thank you.
I just wanted clarification. So for like the specific one that Mr. Gano was talking about, he mentioned ingenuity. Is it still ingenuity, or is it with Edmentum?
I have discussed two programs that can be used for online learning with both E's, so I understand. So we had forever been using Edgenuity. Okay, so we are transitioning to Edmentum. So at Alta Vista, for those classes that Mr. Cano is referring to, that have traditionally been done in Edgenuity, we have shifted this semester to use them in Edmentum. The major reason why is the live teacher lessons, the live teacher support, the live teacher feedback on grading and assignments. That's why we're shifting to Edmentum, because those things are not part of Edgenuity.
Basically, we will be using Edmentum in one point, just period, and not the ingenuity. Is that what the plan is to?
Yeah, so our goal, Ms. Rodriguez, is to really, leverage the support and expertise of Edmentum for those two factors that I mentioned: live lessons, live help, and live teachers, grading your lessons to give you feedback. That's what we're looking to shift to. Edgenuity has its benefits, but I think, we've learned that access to a human being helps, and then the access to that human being helps when we do have these staffing shortages. Because I got a sub in there doing biology at SCHS. If we were using Edgenuity and the kid has a question, it's going to be hard to get a biology question answered from that sub. When they're using Edmentum, they can just fill out a Google form any time during the day, live help session. There's a biology teacher available. Biology teacher will receive their question, pop onto a Zoom meeting, and give them the help that they need. So it's really that live human being assigned to a course on the Edmentum side.
So with one of the things that I've heard from some parents is that they feel that, I guess, the transitioning from what remote looked like last year to what it looks like now, it's been, a shock, right? That they don't realize that, yes, they're not there all the time. So, but does Edmentum have that ability, or, if the student need, like you said, if they need that support, they can just contact them? So what I'm hearing is that there's
there's not enough time with the teacher, you know, like they don't have that all day long, but
Yeah, so Mr. Rodriguez, excellent point. I think you have defined a key difference that when, Mr. Hernandez and we talked to parents, we described to them what the kids experienced last year was remote learning. Basically teacher-led, everybody always doing everything at the same time, right? Throughout the day on a bell schedule or a situation in which the teacher determines. True virtual learning through Admentum that the families are experiencing this year is a virtual learning model that you're going to see with any vendor that you're going to pick up. Pecos Connections Academy, New Mexico Connections Academy, they have that virtual model, and it's really flipped, right? Here's the courseware. You as a parent and a family, the K through 5 kids, it says you need to have your learning guide to guide you through, but you decide to move through this content, what fits you best in your situation, and then if you need a live lesson on whatever the topic happens to be, this live lesson is available at these 5 different times from these staff members. Log in at your convenience for a live lesson. If you missed a live lesson, there's going to be a recording. If you're working on something and you kind of get stumped and you need some help, they have what's called live help. So then throughout the day, from usually about I have to look at the times. There's a whole link of resources from the morning till usually 5 or 6 at night. If you need live help, you go to a link, you request live help for whatever subject you need, and that person will be available. So our parents absolutely, and the kids absolutely are used to the remote learning that we did last year. And as we go forward building a virtual academy, it is not going to look like remote learning. It is going to be built on a true virtual model. And so as we move to that, we have to make sure that our parents and our families understand that that's a typical model. It's really kind of that when you get to the kind of your choice on how you want to move through this. And it's hard because in education where it's oftentimes it's not given our choice. It's here's what everybody says it has to be, and you got to do it this way at this time. Whereas virtual learning is you take the lead, you decide what you need, and move through it at your pace. Big change. A lot of literacy, self-advocacy, and that stuff involved by the families. Big change, but at the end of the day, those experiences are important because they're going to help prepare the kids and the families for what the kids are going to experience at the next level of high school or the next level of post-secondary or the next level of career, because those are some skills they need to have in their bag to be successful. So I don't know if that helps, but that's my big long story.
Just some notes that, as we're talking, I really appreciate those questions because that feedback helps us as we're making decisions. And we are lucky, I think, to have Mr. Wogemuth, who has taught back in the, what was it called? Ideal New Mexico. Used to be an online platform, and Mr. Wogemuth was an instructor on there. And then Mr. Duggan was the executive director? He was a principal of Pecos Connection Academy, I think the largest online school in the state of New Mexico. And so we have that virtual expertise within our leadership, and it's really helping us understand that virtual learning side is very different. And I really appreciate you bringing up what we called remote learning last year. It was a temporary solution, nowhere near the quality any of us are looking for. So, and maybe another point I want to make is Admentum is going to provide a true standards-based curriculum. So and we ran into this a little bit and we learned some lessons from it. If a student begins late, so that geometry class at Chaparral High School is an example. If we had 30 kids in there and they started 6 weeks late, they got to make up all that 6 weeks of work to get the credit. And so the decision was made, that's going to, it is not very likely those students are going to be able to do that. Now, we have some room with extensions and things of that nature, but we still have a year to get a full credit of this thing, and we just didn't think at the time it was reasonable. So what we learned about that is at the very beginning of semesters or just prior to a semester starting, we have to identify those situations. We have to get them signed up and starting on the very first day, because one of the feedback I'm getting sometimes from parents is they didn't realize how demanding of a curriculum it was. And so Edmentum's going to challenge our kiddos. And so I think the quality we're talking about with Edmentum is much higher than anything we'd used previously. And there's some great ideas, and we floated a little bit of them, how we can utilize this in our traditional schools. And I got to say that there may be opportunities to use it to help our teachers understand what standards-based instruction looks like, because we would have a pathway of the class that they could use as a model that I need to be covering this and this standard, this may be what it looks like. And so I think there's a lot more we can do with it. And then one other note I would have is, and Mr. Wargamuth, if I say this incorrectly, but I think most virtual academies, I think a statement was made, it usually takes about a year to 18 months to stand that up. And really it was Mr. Hernandez, Mr. Duggan, and Mr. Wargamuth, they did it in 2 months. And quite frankly, Edmentum, I think they pretty much love us right now, because we seem to be able to, I think it's because of the experiences with the group, we kind of know some factors that we've got to address right out of the gate. So we're off to a good start. We still got a lot to learn about it. Okay, I'll jump to our next strategic goal, which was to provide equitable opportunities for every child. The main responsible individuals here are Mr. Leyva, Mr. Rapina, and Ms. Villalobos. And so this includes student placement, and tying some monetary things. And the reason why, I guess, and maybe let me try to explain what I mean by student placement. Our student management system is called PowerSchool. And Gadsden has used PowerSchool for over a decade, I think. We're still kind of a novice user of it, and it's far more powerful than we're utilizing it. So we're working very hard to get our staff and our understanding of PowerSchool, because there's a lot of information that could be at our fingertips, but we don't have it designed to do that for us. And it's going to take us making some different adjustments. And the truth is, most of the things that it could make our lives easier, we already pay for. But you have to set it up so it can give you the right information. So we're working through a lot of pieces of that. In terms of our bilingual students, we want to make sure we have a Spanish structured literacy, right? We're going to make sure the quality of what we deliver is standards based and high level. Professional development, obviously, in order to get to a true standards based instruction, in order to understand proficiency, we have to provide professional development in that. Teacher resources. You hear this time and time again that one of the struggles for our bilingual teachers is resources. And we've got to try to tackle this thing and figure that out so that they're not many times they're having to create their own, and that's a real challenge for our teachers to have to do that. Child find. We talk about special education. Sorry. Child find, that's an incredibly important component, and really it is, if a child has a disability, what do we have in place to identify it and support them? And sometimes we get wrapped into child find and we kind of think, well, that's like 2 and 3 and 4-year-olds. Really, child find is through our entire system, but we get wrapped up into those child find events that we try to identify. Usually it's speech. We're trying to identify students with some speech delays or something to get that addressed really young, but child find runs through the entire range of public education. We talked a little bit about it, but social emotional well-being. One of the things that public education the pandemic has brought on, and we're not We're not organized this way, but we're going to have to find a way to meet the needs of these social, emotional, I guess they're needs of our students. And we're not really, the current model isn't designed to do it. And we're going to have to restructure this thing to make it work. And you know, Rosie's got some fabulous ideas and to do that. And then attendance interventions. Figuring out a way to get our families to understand how important attendance is. And not just good attendance. Good attendance is great. We need great attendance. We need 96, 97, 98% attendance rates for every child, because if they're not here to hear that instruction, that quality instruction, then somewhere we either got to catch them up or they don't get caught up, right? And there's the struggle of the system. That's where the partnership has to come in, is mom and dad, and that's the thing I talk to parents about. I'll do just about anything to help you. You have got to send your child to school. You've got to get them out of bed, and you got to get them on that bus, and you got to, and then we'll do our job. But that's where mom and dad have to help us. Rosie, Mr. Leyva, did you have anyone else about this particular component you'd like to share?
Yeah, you want to share a little bit of what we're doing with the...
Okay, sorry. If you wanted to share a little bit about what we're doing with the social-emotional, one of the things, for example, that you're going to see this week happening on the opening of the jobs, we are posting, Ms. Chavez is going to post 3 new job positions that we're going to have at the high schools. We're going to have a mental health therapist assigned to each one of the high schools. That's like the beginning of the things that we are trying to align with the social-emotional. We are really working really hard trying to provide our kids the support they need. We have just been approved on this position. I mean, we have been talking about it like for the last 2 months. Finally got the approval on Title I that we can fund it through Title I, these positions, and have somebody at the high schools just to provide therapy to the kids right there. So we are still on the structuring of these positions, so how, because you know how we're going to have the signature authorization from the parents. I mean, we are organizing it right now, but we think that's going to be one of the things that are going to be really helping a lot of the social-emotional things that our high school principals are dealing with right now, because we know there's so many challenges. I cannot tell you how many referrals our social workers are having right now just for the social-emotional. It's like, I can tell you, each one of our social workers on the district, SPED social workers, federal social workers are like, if you see the loads that they're carrying right now on the issues and the problems and the things that we are facing, it has been really overwhelming. It's like, that's why other things that we are advocating also is trying to see we can have more social workers in the district, that they can work more directly with all the students' needs, because it's becoming a huge issue. After COVID, we saw a huge increase on those needs of our students. So we're trying to provide a very solid program. We have now our lead counselor who is aligning really the roles of the counselor so that we can all be aligned on this part. We have now a social-emotional learning coordinator in the district for the first time, and our social-emotional learning coordinator is a social worker who is aligning all the programs like the Ovellos program that we're using on the elementaries, capturing kids' hearts on the middle and secondary schools, and is starting providing training to the teachers on the social-emotional component, and we are working on a very strong program so we can provide emotional support for our staff and for our students, so we can cover the needs of everybody. So it's like a work in progress. We're very happy because we think we're going in the right direction, and it takes a while, but it's like slowly we're getting there, and we're seeing slowly results and see how we can really provide more support. One of the things that we keep saying, and I keep saying all the time when we're getting together, and it's like, we, as a district of us, well, Mr. Dempsey say, we want those high academic achievements. And I feel like Federal Programs Department, our role is to make sure that before we implement those Bloom taxonomy, high expectations, all this learning, we need to provide what Maslow says and cover for the basic needs of our kids. So we're working very hard trying to see that we provide the basic needs, what is needed, so that we have our kids ready to learn. So we are working, we have an amazing team right now, which is, I think, something that is really going to make the difference, that we are working as a team, really trying to care for the kids.
I have a question on that before Mr. Leva. So Rosie, you mentioned about the support for the staff. I think that that's a dire need, and I think we're a little bit behind. I know that there's so many things going on, but you're right. In order for them to be able to excel academically, they need to be emotionally stable, right? And so if the staff is not stable themselves, how are they going to support the children? So I feel like that is something that should be like targeted immediately, because we are seeing a lot of them. I know, like we talked about the breaking point, talking about staff, right?
Yes.
Well, I got several comments on that. To them, the breaking point is them just, they're just not ready anymore, or can't handle this anymore, because due to the circumstance, right? The pandemic has, I think, got all of us in that position.
The way you're telling us is like, we're not a little behind. We are a lot behind. And we are aware of that. So we are really working in a very proactive way, and it's like we are thinking, let me tell you the things that were coming, like for example, with this new implementation we have a new program that is called Panorama, and I'm sorry, Mr. Dugan is not here to tell us the explanation of this, and this Panorama thing that we're going to be able to target academics, social-emotional attendance on the student. There's a very huge component on Panorama just for the teacher well-being, so the teacher makes her own check-in and about the well-being and see where they are and how they feel, and it's something that the counselors and social workers are going to be using. Our lead counselor is designing a program on how we're going to support teachers. They're going to be creating, and this is the conversations our lead counselor and social emotional learning coordinator are having. They're going to start creating these kind of blocks for the teachers' well-being only. Like we're going to try to have something every week that we can send to the teachers and say, okay, let's do a little mindfulness breathing for all of you. What do you need? What kind of support you need? So we opening the space, and that's the direction we're going with the counselors. So the counselors are going to be able to provide more support to the teachers in the campuses. And there's a beautiful set of programs that we're working on how we're going to organize this and how we're going to start delivering to the staff, to the teachers, so that they know there's a place for you to bend. There's a place for you to start doing, like the way we're going to open in this week the positions for the mental health therapies for our schools, because for example, the mental health therapies for the schools, we want them to create at the high school classrooms this kind of classroom that is like a wellness classroom, wellness center, wellness something, a place for the students to go, but also for the staff. So the mental health therapist is also, at the high schools, is also going to be supporting the staff when needed. But our lead counselor is like working on all these things that we want to provide to the staff, because we are very aware we need to give them the support, the space to breathe, the space to say, okay, I want to have 20 minutes of peace for myself and calm down and come up to my center and be able to go back to my kids and give them what they need. Because it's right, it's what you tell us. If we are not okay, how are we going to help? It starts for the teacher. And yes, we're thinking very highly on how we can better support our teachers.
I just wanted to thank you very much, not only for teachers, but everybody, because everybody needs mental health. And it's okay to not be okay, right? And then I was just going to add, in the future, I know that take time, but are we also looking not only mental, but physical? Because the older you get, you don't realize that your health and physical, you need, what am I trying to say? Like, it's awesome where I work that I have access to weights, to whatever, and so that would be awesome, because if we have to be healthy mentally and physically, and sometimes we learn too late that we are not taking care of ourselves physically in what we do and what we eat.
Mr. Dempsey, can I just jump in? And I know we have just a little bit, but I wanted just so for you guys to know also, for everybody, when we met with the Marzano representative, our principals, he was very solid in letting us know as administrators that it's our responsibility to take care of our staff too, right? Because I think sometimes we don't understand that piece. I mean, some of us do it naturally, some people just don't. And, you know, validating the fact that it's hard and letting your staff know, you know, we're all working hard, this will be over, it's hard. You know, we have staff members for, even myself, I mean, I've been in the district for a little bit over 20 years, and from the first time you start to now, this is the most difficult time in education ever, right? And not just because of COVID, but just the standards now, the way that, the expectation, you know, we have staff members who talk, or principals who will say, well, I used to be able to do what I wanted. Well, they put some guidelines in place now. But he was just letting us know that as administrators, we have to be very conscious of our staff. And, you know, I think all of us, I know Jorge, all of us who have been in classrooms have covered classrooms, because sometimes a teacher, I mean, even at this level, they'll call us crying sometimes, but on the campus level, you know, go take 10 minutes, I'll watch your class, you know, things like that, just the support they need so they know you have them. But we're all under that stress piece, but validating that piece. And one of the things and I know probably you were going to talk to this, Mr. Dempsey, I know that for those we do have some resources available, I believe, at the district level. We have insurance, right? There's a social piece, a mental piece if you need to use it and things like that. And so we've been trying to work with those pieces. But the almost everything we're doing right now, I think Marzano also has the SEL piece for our teachers, and we're going to be working on that too. But like I said, it's a process, and it's, you know, it's hard, and you guys know this, being a parent, being an educator, being here, some of the decisions we have to make, we're always like, is this the best thing for everybody? It's hard to close a school down because we understand the challenges communities have, but you know, we go based on our toolkit, and so there's just a lot. But I think validating that it is hard. I mean, it's hard, right? We all know that.
So, and I need to get Mr. Leyva in here to give you some information, but all of what I think, none of us would disagree with anything that was said. But I do think we're going to look back on this point in time, and education is changed. We're not going back. It's not going to go back to pre-pandemic completely. It's not. And I think some people are wrestling with that, the good old days, right? Is there's all, you know, all of us, oh, the good old days, right? Well, you know, we joke a lot about this. You know, I grew up, you know, I graduated in '89. That mullet really wasn't that cool. When you look back, you kind of look at those pictures and go, God, what was I thinking, right? So when I talk to staff, I kind of talk to them about all that stress. I get it. You know, we all feel it. But there's nothing like putting my heart and soul into someone else. What happens to my problems? They go away. That's crazy. Is I put my effort and work into trying to help others, and all my problems somehow go away. And that's the essence of education. If you truly love that, you're an educator, no matter what level you're at, no matter what you're doing. If you don't love that, you might be in the wrong profession. And honestly, in education, we have not, for my whole career, had any event or activity that helped people make different decisions because they weren't in the right place. The pandemic's it. So I always try. I always try to be half full. The benefit of the pandemic to me, some people that their heart wasn't in it, they're not going to stay. Well, to be candid with you, I don't want them to, because they're around their kids. They're around their babies. Their heart's not in it. What do we say all the time about teacher recruitment? The worst people sometimes to talk to get young people to go into education are teachers. We're killing ourselves. That's the heart of what they should have canceled out years ago. Somebody should have had a conversation and said, I think you would be a better accountant, right? The pandemic's probably going to be the one thing. And that doesn't mean it's not going to be hard. We're going to have teacher shortages. We're going to have struggles, right? Maybe, though, it kind of teases out those that probably shouldn't have been a part of it. So there's always a balance. Mr. Lehman.
So going along with what Ms. Villalobos and Ms. Hernandez were saying, and our superintendent is saying, it's looking at how do we get for achievement for a child, right? And eventually success outside of the district and their life and so forth. Working with directors, executive directors, and so forth on the SEL piece, we also have to look at, okay, what is it that I can support them with when it comes to perhaps Mr. Rappin as it comes to language and the special ed, it comes to needs within, because a child, it's a whole child. I mean, we all work with pieces of that child, and I think as a team, we really have come a long way where we're trying to understand how do I best help Ms. Villalobos, Mr. Wilgim, and myself, you know, and we're getting better at it. But just to mention a couple of things is there's 12,000 English language learners that, you know, they teach us every so often. 21% of them are bilingual children. Now, the needs of an EL in a bilingual classroom are different than the ones in a middle school, English monolingual classroom, or a high school. That's different also from a newcomer that comes in as a sixth grader. So as a department, we have attempted to put some initiatives, and that I'll go over later in the day, of how do we best meet. Obviously, we're working with secondary director, Mr. Wolf, at the elementary level, so that how do we help them with science? We help them with mathematics. How do we help them with charts? Because once again, we're working with a whole child.
Okay, and I didn't know exactly where to fit in our on-track pre-K, and it hit me as we started. Here it is. So Ms. Barciaga is gonna touch base and give you kind of an overview of on-track pre-K.
So I'm going to give you a little bit of background history so you can really understand some of the logistics of our pre-K program currently. In 2018, there was an initiative called the Full Participation Initiative in Early Childhood. What that meant is that every child the age of 3 and 4 in a public education system should have the ability to be in a classroom where their typical peers and models were, right? So if we think about where we were before 2018, we had early childhood classrooms with 3 and 4-year-olds that only had IEPs, and they weren't exposed to their typical peers. They were sped classrooms only. So we had to do away with that model in 2018, and we had to then have inclusive classrooms, 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds. So we then, at that time, opened the door to 3-year-olds. That then increased our classrooms from 18 to 38. So we went in about a year and a half to adding 20 classrooms to our pre-K program. It's also important for you to understand we don't get funded for those 3-year-olds that we're opening the door to. And in my experience, which is now going on 20 years in early childhood, 3-year-olds are in high demand. There's not a lot of places for them to go. So I'm sharing this with you because now we're also at another big change in our pre-K program. For the past decade, we have been under the public education department. When our new governor came to be, there was a new department formed for early childhood. We have been under the public education department, and that has really, really set the tone for high quality early childhood. This year, we were moved to the early childhood department, and we no longer are under PED. So what does that mean? That means that the high quality that we've upheld for decades is now really up to us, because the Department of Early Childhood is basically just giving us the funding. And so I want to talk about, so that full participation that I just talked about, that might not be a mandate anymore. We also have things like practice-based coaching, where our teachers are provided one-on-one coaching through video. They record themselves, a coach comes in, They have a great platform that improves with bi-weekly skills. They have every 2 weeks a goal, and they have to improve in their teaching. We have letters, which we've been doing now for 8 years. That's at risk, right? So as Director of Early Childhood, it's really my job to say, well, how do I keep this going if I don't have that support from PED anymore? So some of the things I'm doing is really starting to work out with our community partners. I just had a meeting last week with New Mexico Help, who has Head Starts out in Chaparral. I met with their president, I believe his name is Roger Gonzalez, and we're working on an MOU where we would work together. They would take the 3-year-olds and we would take the 4-year-olds. And that would help a lot with our funding issues, right? We're also keeping in mind that we're getting raises and so much. So really, there's a little bit of stress in our department right now. How do we keep our high quality going? And I believe the key is to really improving our partnerships with our community partners. And I'll be very honest about that hasn't existed in the past. We truly continue to see each other as competition, Head Start versus PED versus, and so I really think the key to success here is changing that, and that's my goal for the coming years. If you recall, we did a presentation with Save the Children, and they came and they're gonna start working with our parents. So another thing that Save the Children does, which she really didn't elaborate on, is they have a lot of, they advocate for parents at the legislature level. And so, the goal is that if they work with our parents, they empower them, they see how good our programs are, we have a voice at the legislature as well. So that's how we really want to continue this. We're talking about a culture of readiness, and how better do we do that than in pre-K, right? I do want to talk about the social emotional aspect, because that's number one in early childhood. We cannot have academic success if we don't have social and emotional success. So one of the things that PED also provides for us is the pyramid structure. It's actually called the social emotional pyramid framework. All our teachers, all our administrators, everybody that works with young children are trained with this framework. And what it does is it embeds in everything a child does, from their schedule to the way they're greeted to solving their social problems, sharing. It helps to build a sound child. And again, this is free training that PED has provided from us. So this is something else that we have to think about. How do we keep that going? Because that's really so important now, more so than ever, with the pandemic. Keeping that in mind, as most of our curriculum, when a child steps in, focuses on social, emotional, and transitions and starts to embed that academic, how do we do that on an online platform? How do we teach early childhood through a computer when the basis of early childhood is hands-on play and social interaction? So it's very, very challenging, and you should know that there's really no substitute for it. And a child who was taken out of a pre-K classroom and put online, 90% of what they're learning is gone. And so, we're also trying to look at different models. We currently use Seesaw, we have backpacks, but you do need to know that we are trying to keep the kids in classrooms at every extent possible, because that is the best environment for them. And so I know I've kind of shared a lot with you, but I want you to know, right now what we're facing. Do you have any questions? Oh, I'm sorry, here you go, Aileen. But Estrella, before Ms. Murillo asked the question, one of the things that I just wanted to also reiterate, because Estrella does a great job, the little ones, I have a memo to me, if you want me to resign, put me in pre-K or kinder. So I'm like, wow, I'm amazed at that. But I think that one of the big pieces that we as a district are really working on and are very proud of is the fact that we look at ourselves as a pre-K 12. So Estrella, Ms. Burciaga, participates in every aspect of our meetings, secondary, because her kids will eventually graduate, right? And so the alignment pieces to our curriculum at our levels, like the letters piece, they've been doing it for 8 years. We've been doing it for 3, I think, Jorge, 4, maybe, right? And so those little ones are coming in a little bit ahead. You know, of course, we're still more worried. We're not focusing so much on the academic piece, but on the readiness piece, like she said. And so she's very aware of all programs at an elementary level and the expectation that we have, that we're developing. And we'll talk about like the portrait of the graduate. That is something that is in progress. But I think that that's one piece that I think is also very important. And them tying themselves away from the PED, not for our district, I know it's a stressor for her, but I'm not so concerned because her level of understanding of what is needed, I think, is really going to benefit our kids, right? And so I just wanted to throw that in, and I don't know if you want to add to that before you get your question.
I want to say that, thank you, because for the first time in many years, pre-K is at the same table with its counterparts. And so when they talk about Marzano, when they talk about SREB, they're including pre-K in this, and so we're able to work together to say, hey, this doesn't work, and we adjust. But I mean, if you look at it, we're even talking about CTE and pre-K. One of the things that we were able to do right away with this team is we have a Grow Your Own in pre-K, which means that we're hiring high school graduates as IAs and paying for their education so that they can become educators. So it's benefiting our kids that, I do have a seat at this table, so I do thank leadership for that. But I know you had a question, Ms. Murillo.
Yes, well, first of all, this is my baby. Pre-K, early childhood, is my thing. And so when they started this new department, I got very excited because a lot of people had the mentality as this is daycare. No, it's not daycare. When you talk to a teacher and you ask them a kid who never attended preschool Head Start versus a kid, we're like, we want this one, right? So that for me was very exciting. Another piece is the social emotional, the way that they care and they take care of the teachers and the students. I wish they had the same thing and the same platform for PED, right? And so that's one thing, coming back to the well-being check-in, not only for the staff, but do we also have that for the students? The reason that I'm asking this is because we had a situation at my job that two agents that fall into my leadership ended up in the hospital. And one of them, she said, I'm fine. They told me that I had anxiety and stress, but I love my job, so I didn't even know I had that. So knowing that now, we have a lot of students and teachers that they think they're fine, but they're not fine. So when they're doing the well-being, do we have also for the students? Now, after seeing so many agents getting sick, needing time off, we came up with this Fun Friday, which it comes with meditation. Well, I'm sorry, but I'm going to admit that I'm 37 years old. I don't know how to meditate. So going to those Fun Fridays events at my work, it was a 20-minute, doesn't include your lunches, your breaks. I mean, I really learned something that I never knew that I needed, and now I know that I need it. So seeing what I'm doing at work and then seeing what you guys are bringing up, the pandemic, I think, is not so many negative. We are learning a lot of positives that we can implement in our schools. And the partnership that we have with early childhood can we also bring up in PED, and then implementing, because the needs are different. Social emotional with the little ones, sit down, that's not gonna be in. But going to the sandbox or going to the Play-Doh and just starting going like this, that's already therapy enough. So do we have something in place that maybe you partner with them and maybe this will work? I can tell you right now, I love the Play-Doh, so you bring me a little Play-Doh and just going like this, that for me that's already good enough to just relax. And things that help early childhood and help our little ones also help us.
We idea share all the time. I'm sorry, Maria. And I think that, I'll give you an example. Mr. Duggan, our Director of Student Success, did walkthroughs in the pre-Ks. So he's going through there, right? And he said, if our secondary classrooms could look like a pre-K classroom with, people learning at their level in every corner of the room, he's like, this is what we want for our secondary, So I think we influence each other. Mr. Dempsey, forgive me if I misspeak, Mr. Dempsey, but he says, social, emotional, looking at it at pre-K makes me understand that it's something at the most basic level. When we talk about mental health, and we're already way past social and emotional health, right? Now we're in intervention, but social and emotional education is, teaching kids to be the best being that they can be. And so I think that being at this table, we're starting to influence each other so that it spreads.
Yeah, and talking about the social emotional and the way some of the things that we're trying to align, and I'm sorry that Mr. Dugan couldn't be with us here today, but in MLSS, there's different levels of support, right? The tier 1, tier 2. Basic level of support is providing that basic foundation, the social emotional for everybody. Like Ms. Burciaga says, when we go to mental health, it's because we are already on a tier 3 intervention. Right? We are going higher because that's an intervention already, but what we do before intervention for everybody at the same level, that's our tier 1. And that's where we have the programs of capturing kids' heart, and that's where we have Oveos. That's how they work. For example, in Oveos, how do they work on elementaries? And this is a program that we just implemented this year, right? We wanted to implement it since last year, but that COVID happened. How we start, like every week, the teacher has these special activities just for that, mindfulness activities, to sit down with the kids, to have the kids talk, to touch like emotionally with the kids and see where they are. And the training on Oveos, the techniques, how they work, this is an opportunity that provides to the teacher the opportunity to find out those red flags on the kids when they really need a little extra support. As teachers, we have these kids that sometimes they never talk, they never say, they're always quiet, and you never worry about them because they're good and great with everything. But working with things like Oveos, implementing all those kind of techniques, gives the teacher this red flag on each one of the kids and says, it's very quiet, but there's something happening here. And it gives the students the opportunities. That's how we start targeting those things. And that's at the elementary level. And in the middle and the high schools, that's what we have been training our teachers on capturing kids' heart. We just started this year, so it's a program in progress. But it's for the teachers also to have that capacity to understand how we start supporting our students on all their needs and identify those needs, because it's what you say, is creating mindfulness practices. Make sure that the kids can come to that place and they can breathe and they can say, I'm okay, like identify, oh my God, I'm having anxiety. And one of the things that I tell you, we have, for example, in Gadsden High School, we have an amazing social worker who is certified on acupuncture. And for example, we haven't been using her, really, very limited. And the knowledge that she has, she's amazing with the kids, but she has been creating a space. She and the nurse shared the space together at Gadsden High School. And right now she's providing this space for the kids that have anxiety during the school time. They go with her, so she put, not the littles, but the little seeds in the ears, things like that, and helps them with their anxiety. So we are trying to see right now how a support like that we have a social worker already certified with that, how we can implement that in the other schools, that we can help the kids. Okay, you have this space, and that's what we're trying to create those spaces so we can help them come down and say, okay, you have anxiety, let's help you with that anxiety. Ms. Zapata has been doing a fantastic job working with the kids and helping them dealing with all those issues. And she has been going to some other schools where they have been requesting her. So we're trying to really grow a little bit more in things like that and making sure that we are providing that, like you say, having a Play-Doh in your hands, right? And it's like, yeah, and it's okay, and it's okay, exactly. But it's just acknowledging, and it's like, hopefully we're going that direction. So we're like in a work in progress right now, trying to implement all those different things.
So, on that note, there seems to be a lot of resources, right, that are available. What are we doing to promote it so that students know that this is available for them, and also for creating that awareness for parents, right, that this exists within the campuses, because it's great to have it, but if people don't know that it exists, it's irrelevant, right?
And actually, the way it's working right now, it's the counselors are the ones. That's why we are aligning all our counselors. That starts with the counselors, and that's what we're doing, aligning all the programs and everything that is happening in every school. That's the main work that our lead counselor and social emotional learning coordinator are working. First, right now, they're like kind of training their staff, passing it to the staff, and making sure how they're going to be passing it. They're going to be creating those spaces in their schools, so the students know that there's a place for them to go. So this is a process. It hasn't been communicated yet. It's in process because it's a working process. Once we establish those places, then we're going to start communicating to families and say, this is available inside of the school for your kids, so that you know that they're safe and they have a place to come and go.
So if I'm hearing correctly...
But it's not there yet with the parents.
Right, so
Because we're working
if
on
I'm
it.
hearing correctly, the process is right now is almost like getting the staff to be able to notice that, so that there will be something like a referral per se in place to where they identified this child, because I mean the counselor knows, but not necessarily do they see each individual student, right? And so the teachers do see in the classroom, so that's what we're...
It's what it is, like for example, because in Ovellos it's like it's in the process of the implementation, right? So the teacher is implementing every week this amazing, beautiful lesson that is exactly, specifically to target what do we need to do. So what the teacher is doing now is say, oh, I have something here. I mean, she's not a therapist, she's a teacher. So, but that, she is the one that is on the trenches with the kids. She's the one that identified those things. So then the teacher knows that she's coming with a team of support in their school. So then she goes to her Ovellos teams, then she goes to her counselor, social worker, and nurses. We're trying to put them like really together, working with every individual kid. And that's what we're trying to do, so that they really work as a team at every school, targeting all those needs. Because sometimes it can be physical, can be emotional, can be mental, and that's how we need all these three people really working in a close collaboration. And that's how we're doing. So once the teacher identifies, contacts the counselor immediately. Now the counselor has a plan of action, how to do it, and the counselor says, and makes the assessment and says, oh my God, this kid, the needs are in the family or something else. Then social worker takes place. Social worker goes and makes a home visit. And let's start finding out how can we help. Maybe it's something that is more physical. Nurse take place, and then the nurse makes, they say, oh my God, we need to do this and this and this. So we need like these three people at every school work like as an amazing team, and that's what we're working on right now. So they are completely aligned on identifying those needs and see how we can provide those support to the kids. And teachers with these trainings on Ovellos and Capturing Kids Heart, they're learning how to support the kids more emotionally.
So one thing that I would see, or that I have heard also, is that, teachers feel like now this is another layer of something else that I need to be concerned about, or that I'm going to be dealing with. So I think that once this is implemented, and I see that they'll be getting this training, right? So that they know that it's not a burden, it's not another thing, another task that they have to, more of a natural thing that they can just continue their teaching, which is what they're there for, but also understanding that, again, if the child well-being emotionally is not there, whatever you're teaching them is not going to get in. So I think it's very, very important to make sure that the teachers understand, again, this is not another task for you.
That is support that we're providing to the teachers. What the teachers are learning now is like, there's a team of support for you to help you with the kid. It's not your own responsibility. What we need from the teachers is to identify. Tell us, because if not, how a social worker is going to assess a kid.
And Ms. Rodriguez, if I may, I think the initial training for staff was rigorous, right? Because we found, and I mean, I'm a parent, So it doesn't come naturally to a lot of teachers you have to know your kids in order to be able to identify if there's something happening, right? And so I think it was a 2-day training. I don't remember the Oveas training because we captured.
Very intense.
Yeah, it's a pretty intense training just so that teachers are able to look for those cues, right? And how do you identify pieces? The same with capturing kids' hearts. It's really about asking the right questions, because if kids just come into your classroom and you never say hi, or you say hi but never say, hey, how's it going? There's leadway questions that kids will be like, it's not going good today. So that leads to, well, what happened? Come see me, right? And so the first 2 days, yes, they were very intense. They had assignments and pieces like that. And I found it interesting that, like you said, it feels like something else, but teachers who are able to identify students, you do it, you kind of just do it. You know your kids, you walk around, you see that even like your quiet kid is always too quiet. So, hey, what's going on, right? You never talk. Are you okay? Blah, blah. And so we're hoping, the counselors are leading this piece and supporting the staff. And so right now we're using just a very structured way so that those things do become natural in the environment, right? And so that's the first, I think that was kind of hard at the beginning because it is something else that came for them.
Right, and another thing is that I see that you mentioned about it being natural to some teachers, and I think that there's also that frustration, right? Those teachers that have had that keen eye of noticing that this child needs that support, and one of the frustrations, and I experienced this personally with the teacher, she was the first one that noticed that something was going on, and so now, this is a couple of years ago, so in my eyes, she definitely has that in her already, right? So now something that I hear is that, okay, we need almost like a step 2. You have the ones that are not acquainted with this and they're barely learning how to notice this. But then we have those teachers that are already at that level, and so they don't need that training at step 1. They need training at step 2 because they already have that, like I said, it's already in them, right, to be able. And so understanding what kind of needs do they have to be able to continue with that support that they already had from the beginning.
And that's an excellent observation. That's the group that becomes the leaders in that piece. So they're the ones who get the extra step training to maybe become like trainer of trainers, become part of the contact people at the campus level, are able to attend maybe the conferences because they are so invested into this piece. The other piece that you probably heard is we're training also the administrators and the counselors because, like you say, sometimes the teacher's great, but maybe our counselor kind of, or our administrator. And so it needs to come all the way down so that we are able to all identify those critical points or whatever we're looking at to determine, like as an administrator, maybe, okay, you come to me with something, or the counselor, well, let's get the social worker in instead, let's get CYFD involved, let's get DOH involved, what is the need? Do they just need support? The kid will tell you they don't have electricity at home or something like that, or my mom is struggling because she can't pay a bill, so now we bring in the social worker, now we bring, and sometimes it's just even clothes. It's very surprising how the needs that are, but yes, so we do have those levels like you're saying. Yes, ma'am. But we did start just with everybody because we weren't sure where everybody's at.
So what I might emphasize is, and I think Rosie and Mr. Hernandez both have talked about it, is we're still building the framework.
Yes, we are.
But I want you to keep in mind that a year ago, we didn't have a director of student support. We didn't have anybody truly in charge of counselors. We didn't have anybody really that had the background to pull all social workers along. And so I think the structure is getting there. And I heard another piece that is, a lot of times nurses will deal with situations that probably should be counselors, and we're trying to figure that piece out. And I'm going to be real honest with you. You're probably going to hear from some of our counselors, because we're getting a little pushback that says, that's not my job. Wait, your job's not to intervene when a child's in crisis? Yes, it is. It's more so your job, actually, than the nurse. And it is in your job description. And so we're trying to help them, but we're getting some pushback that says, wait, this child's in crisis. I'm not, this is not my job. It is. And there's reasonable spaces for that, but we realize we've got to do a much better job of making sure our counselors feel comfortable in those spaces. But that is what they're there for. That is their role. And then, and I think you get a glimpse of how as a team we operate. You see some depth, Rosie well, everybody in this group brings something to the table. For me, when I talk to teachers, this is me, it's pretty simple. And it's been true since I started in education. This is something that hadn't changed. And I think it's a human thing, but it's a reminder for students. Students don't care what you know until they know you care. That's true for humans. If I work with someone and I don't believe they have the best intentions for me, I'm not going to go out of my way for them. As humans, you're just not. And I actually think students are very good at sensing when something's there. They sometimes don't know how to articulate it, but as adults, we kind of talk ourselves out of some things, right? But I think kids are actually better at sensing those things. So for me, when I talk to teachers, it's, early in my career, I ended up getting some training. Harry Wong was he wrote several books, and one of the most important things was, as a teacher, the most important thing you do is you stand at the door and you welcome every child that comes in your classroom. That's the most important thing you do. It's not teach quadratic equations. It's not this, it's not that. It's make sure that child knows you want them in that room. That's pretty simple, really, and I don't think that part has changed. But this social emotional side, and Ms. Fields would scream at me, so I have to say it about pre-K. I want us to think about, and the social emotional is unreal. That's where the core of this is. It's an investment, and this is not, some people don't like this because it doesn't pay off in 4 years. It pays off in about 13 years. So it's a heavy investment you have to make. And, I try to not be political, but I don't think this next thing is a political statement. I don't think politicians like it because it'll outlive them, right? It didn't get them to their next election. I don't care, right? Our kids, pay off at 13 years down the road. That's where the payoff is. And so it's hard to wait 13 years for something to give you that payoff. And then here's the one part that Ms. Fields would just, pound in my head. Academic success at pre-K is social emotional and oral language development. When kids are telling stories and they're engaging and they're playing with it, that's the learning. They're not going to probably be opening a book and sitting down and reading to everybody. And we get that so twisted that if we get a pre-K program, they're going to read, they're going to leave reading. That's not even the goal. The goal is oral language development and social emotional stability. And if you get those two things, all the rest will come, right? And there's some stories that Estrella can share about that inclusion piece. That students that, we've had severe disability in our classrooms, and when they got with their age-appropriate peers, man, they just shifted. We would have one in particular, I think it was a kiddo, maybe wheelchair-bound, and very little verbal communication. But when this child got around I think Ms. Fields had shared, there's all these professionals, and don't get me wrong, I'm just not trying to be critical, but everybody around had a PhD and therapists and this and that, and the students all went to one place, and all these adults were around this child to help them. That child could care less about the adults. That child wanted to be over there with those kids, and started making the verbal sounds that all these people had worked for years to get him or her to articulate. I just want to be with them. And you had all this growth because you put those kids in the right space. And so, those are some stories that, you think of the life-changing experience that happens, and Estrella and the whole group here has been a part of that. So that's something more to come. It's something we're going to have to keep our eye on. And then group dynamic, you'll also see that of this group is, I always come from a pretty simplistic point of view, but there's a range of personalities in this group and a range of experience. So I was lucky enough in my career to teach at an elementary, and I think I was a pretty effective elementary teacher. And then I went to the secondary, and then I was an administrator later. I think I'd be a terrible elementary principal, really, because I struggle a little bit with the kind of patience you need to be like, you're really upset because there's not red colored paper in the teacher room? Seriously? You know, and I'm used to, it's a high school, there's a fight outside, right? Everybody's going 100 miles, right? And you know, thank goodness I'm blessed to have Estrella and Rosie and others in the team that are like, well, you got to realize how important that is. And that's how we build off each other's strengths, but it's not always pretty. You know, if you get a chance, come in Friday afternoon sometimes. It's not always as pretty as, I think some people think we sit down and everybody's just happy. No, and we really challenge each other, and somebody throws out something and they're like, you know, I think of Estrella, who's, you know, she really helps keep us on track, and she'll just, that has no bearing whatsoever. Get back to the topic, right? And helps us stay focused, and it's a really effective bunch. And so when you guys throw questions at us, I try to bring it back to the team to say, okay, what's the solution look like? Because I don't have all the answers. I don't. But I think the team will eventually figure it out. Okay. Let me try to get to our next one. Nick, help me on time. 10:30? Is that where? That's where I got to get through. Okay. I think I can pull this off. Yeah, she had that look. I saw it.
10:30 and probably use a break around 10:30 before we launch.
Yeah, perfect, okay. Our next strategic goal that we have on our plan is to foster systems that support a culture of readiness. The responsible individuals are Mr. Duggan, Mr. Bogomuth, and Mr. Hernandez, and probably Mr. Araujo as well. A summary of that would be, we talked about a little bit of a profile of a graduate, meaning, and it's kind of like backwards planning. What are the skills we want to see our graduates with, and then how do we backwards plan to create a system that gets us there? Okay, and you know, there's some work around that. Transitions are a big deal in education, and transitions are students leaving elementary to middle to high, because those are spaces we lose kids. We lose a focus, we lose something. And so some of our approaches are like academies and things of that nature to make sure we kind of really have an extra level of support on those transitions, okay?
Mr. Dempsey, I'm sorry to interrupt you too, and just as a team, we also know that within the elementaries, for example, we're talking about the 6th to 7th grade transition and the 9th grade to 10th grade transition, but within the campuses, for example, the 2nd grade group is a very, it has to be a very solid group, only because our 3rd grade is the testing grade, right? And we tend to think, well, 3rd grade is more important, but really it's that 2nd grade transition, because those kids have to be ready in 3rd grade, and we can't be catching them up in 3rd grade. And then the other major piece, and you'll probably start hearing a little bit about these pieces as we talk about 6th grade, is that 6th grade transition. And as you're aware, our district is one of the only large districts where 6th grade is actually in the elementaries. And just for a little bit of a baseline, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade is a band, and so we are still having 6th graders under an elementary mentality curriculum type piece when they're really a middle school piece. And so that's something we're working on as a team as well. And so I just wanted you to be aware that within our campuses, and Jorge and I have talked about this before, and he supports the campuses, so those are very important grades, and Manny too, because we know that students transition out of bilingual in like by 4th grade. That's if you've been here since kinder, we're trying to get them 5th and 6th grade before they hit middle school. But those are also, I just wanted to throw that in, that those are that's where we want to make sure that we're focusing on some of those groups.
I hate to put people on the spot here, but I'm going to mention someone, and they don't have to say anything, but Mr. Araujo's name's come up several times. I'm going to tell you, he's very quiet, right? But he is a sponge. And so what happens in the team many times is, I think we all are, he probably is like ready to pull his hair out with us after 2 hours of jibber-jabbering about stuff. And then he'll say about 3 words, and we go, oh, that's the answer. And so don't think he's any less of a team member. He is very much a strong force, very unique leader, but very effective. So I think that's important to realize that, he's definitely always keeping us on track as well. STEM Academy, Mr. Hernandez mentioned it, trying to build this thing and make sure that when we get to the end of it, students have those opportunities at that next level. Because, the struggle has to be advanced coursework. If we don't give them an exposure, it doesn't have to be mastery. I don't think it's realistic for our kids to master calculus. Now, some will. You'll have a few. I don't believe there's a math gene, okay? I don't believe that. But some might argue it, but I don't think it's realistic to master calculus as a 17 or 18-year-old. I don't, like I said. But exposure. If I've seen derivatives, if I've seen integrals, and I maybe played with those a little bit, now the next time I see it in college, I'm comfortable there. Didn't freak me out. If I've never seen calculus, and I walk into an engineering classroom and they're talking about derivatives, what am I going to do? I'm going to run. I'm out, right? That's why this academic standard, we cannot allow ourselves to get soft and I know I get these same calls that you guys do that says, my child had an A. They were an A student and now they got Bs. I know, but we're making your child stronger. We are making your child stronger. And we got to, in my opinion, well, we stay the course because it will pay off, and it'll take a couple years, but it will pay off because then, when that B or C student got exposed to calculus, and then they go to college, no big deal. I've done this before. No biggie. But if they had an A in pre-calc but never did derivatives, that's possible, believe it or not. I've seen it. We didn't have a high academic standard, and we called it pre-calc, and we put it on your transcript and called you a salutatorian and said, good for you. But you have a 16 on your ACT? We didn't do anything to help that kid. We put a false sense of security in front of them. They thought they were ready, and they're not, right? And that's the part we just can't allow our system to do. And then tons of conversation around enrichment, summer programs, after-school programs. And we've spent the last 2 weeks talking about summer programs to make sure that we maximize the time, provide an opportunity, but do something. Summer should look different. Nobody wants to go to an algebra class in June, right? I've done that for 9 months. I want to do something else. Now, can we help them apply some of that algebra? Sure. And so they're working on this group's working on that's kind of a summer program with a camp model in place. So more to come. We're not far away from that one. Anybody want to add any pieces to that? Okay, good. Next strategic goal, and this, and if those of you that attended the strategic planning meetings, Mr. Chavez, who goes back with me a long ways, and then Dr. Rendon, who goes way back with me, they both told me, you need to stay out of this. You need to have a seat in the corner. You need to zip it. You do not get to influence any of this. And the fear is, and they try to work this in, that says, you can influence where this plan is, and then it's not a community plan, it's your plan. And so they made me, right? There was no question that, I don't even think I ever one time took the microphone other than welcoming people, right? Just stay out of it, because it's not my plan, it's our community's plan. But I love that this one came up as adequately staff the district with highly qualified personnel that provide rigorous instruction and support. And so that's obviously our HR department, Dr. Browder, Ms. Chavez, really ties into finance as well. We have Erica representing finance and Dean, Ms. Martinez, and then Rosie's a part of that to supplement that, okay? And this comes down to staff recruitment and retention. And excuse me, Dr. Cleveland reminds me all the time, most important thing we can do is put a highly qualified, highly motivated teacher in front of every child. So we can talk about summer programs, we can have the best enrichment, we can have all the extra pieces, but if the core isn't sound, solid, right, in place, we're not going to get the kind of growth we're looking for, right? And those are the people we're looking for. I describe them typically as rock stars. I want the teacher that knows their content frontwards and backwards, and that can connect to kids. That's the rock star. And that's what we're shooting for. Now, am I going to find some of those and hire them and hand them the keys? Yeah. But more likely, I'm going to have to figure out a way to grow some of those. And Rosie can, she's done some really great work around figuring out how do we mentor new teachers. And then this team's had a lot of conversations around the reality about most of the teachers we're hiring, and I don't see this changing anytime soon, are not traditionally trained teachers. They're alternative certification teachers. And so we've got to add additional supports for them if we ever expect them to become that rock star we're looking for. I don't know, Dr. Browder, Ms. Chavez, is there anything you want to add? Anybody from the team?
We are currently working with
Hold on.
There you go. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Yes, we are currently working in collaboration with Rosie's department as well as really great instructional specialist, Margarita Barraza. She is amazing with the support for new to the profession, which means they've never been in a classroom or they only have a bachelor's degree and have never been in a classroom. Amazing training has happened since Margarita. As well, please don't get me wrong, Rosie has done an amazing job with a mentorship program. It was something from a minimal requirement from the state, which has exceeded to exceptional mentoring. Anyone that goes through this mentorship program is able to go ahead and submit their dossier and stay with us and continue their education with us. Okay, so Margarita, hoping to go ahead and get the data that we need. Bachelor's degree, what is it that we need to go ahead and implement more? What is it, what other support, what other resources do we have to go ahead and acquire in order for those that are coming from an outside profession into the teaching profession? How can we support them in order for them to go ahead and stay with us? That part of this program. I know that we had implemented a 3-year, now we're implementing a 5-year. So we're going to go ahead and keep track of that to see how successful that campaign is. Bachelor's degree come into a teaching position with us. Rose?
Yeah, just adding a little bit to that, now that we have our Title II specialist, all she does is concentrating, her job is only new teachers. What we have been doing is she is really working with those teachers, first of all, on establishing these trainings on rigor and teaching to the standards, help teachers understand standards. And we develop a program for 5 years of support to the teachers. So what they need on the first year, what they need on the second year. So this is our first year really doing this, that we are implementing. This year we're also helping the teachers that are right now on their second year. We are providing more support for them when it comes to trainings, information that they need to have when it comes to the rigor, the standards, and all that. But we are trying to partner. For example, we have, on the state, there's this new program that is called the LEAP. It's an initiative from on the state, and New Mexico PET has been encouraging to use them a little bit more. So we have been working with this LEAP program, and what they do, they are offering, because of this problematic that we're having, our teachers have a college degree, but it's not on education. So we have amazing people, highly educated with a bachelor's degree, but have never taken a class on education. They have never taken a class on classroom management. And then they're dumped into the classrooms. That's what we have. So how we support that? So there's this new program that is called LEAP, and what they do is like they assign a mentor for 10 teachers. So we just partner with them. Lupita and myself are working in collaboration with them. And the idea is like they assign one of their people of the LEAP group working just with these 10 specific people and makes like visits to the classroom once a week, guides them, supports them, to train them. Like they have like a week of intense training before they start working in the classroom, trying to give them a catch-up, right, of what it is, because it's like they may have a degree on English, on math, on science, and you have no idea how to handle a classroom and what techniques you do teaching strategies, all those things, education background that we all have, right, and pedagogy practices, all those things. So one of the things that we just, that we have been having in conversations right now with Title to that we're going to be having next year is like all those teachers that are coming to us new, instead of us sending them to be doing only the OPA to the state, and then we providing the support that we have, which is amazing with Margarita, and we created a very solid program now for our teachers. In addition to that, we're gonna Title II funds are going to be used to pay. The GISD program has a cost to the teachers. It's like, I'm not sure, $1,500, $1,500, something like that. So many people decide to go to the OPAL because they, I don't want to do that expense, right? So now we're going to be able to absorb that expense with Title II. And Margarita is going to be working with the people from LEAP. So that way, all the new teachers they're going to be hiring, besides all the very strong support that we're providing here on this new teacher academy, that's how we call it. Besides that, we're going to be partnership with LEAP so that they can prepare those teachers a little bit before they get into our classrooms. And then we're going to use their support plus our mentors plus our support from the district. So we're trying to create something very solid to make them successful. And this program is going to be growing until the 5th year when they're ready to prepare their dossier so that we can really guide them and help them on all this process. We have been actually the teachers that are with the OPAL process it's a very challenging thing for those teachers being in the OPAL process. Now we have a training every month that we're getting together, and we have a teacher helping us. We hire a teacher that did the OPAL very successfully and works with Margarita, and we're guiding all those teachers on how to prepare the OPAL. So we're trying to provide as much support as we can so that we can keep them in our classrooms and help them take that. That's a big load on these new teachers because they have to pass all the exams. They need to prepare this OPA, which is kind of like a dossier, but a little bit bigger. So it's a lot of work. Making an OPA is like a 100-page document. So it's being all day in the classroom, prepare lesson plans, be with the kids, and then we go at night at home and work and type, and it can be overwhelming. So we're trying to provide something really strong. So hopefully we can retain and keep our teachers and give them all the support they need. And yeah, Margarita has been amazing.
Yeah. Once we receive that data, part of the strategic planning is the onboarding part of it. So we want to ensure that what the recommendations come from Margarita, how long do we have to go ahead and leave an individual that's coming in new to the profession in a classroom prior to them taking over that
classroom. So we have to go ahead and start implementing some of those changes. We do want to go ahead and have that retention, and I do believe with this onboarding, but we need that data before we can go ahead and say, well, someone that's coming in from the university that recently graduated, do they need a couple of days to go ahead and get situated prior to actually starting that career or teaching into that classroom? Someone that is from the outside profession, well, how many days will it take for them to go ahead and get familiarized, for them to go ahead and get comfortable, and then start going from there? So these are some of the important data that we will be receiving to go ahead and start getting into that onboarding and to make that successful process in that retention part of what we're trying to go ahead and establish here in the district. Currently, we do have 17 openings. I would say about 5 or 6 of them are mid-year openings that just retired, resigned, and Edmentum, how we're going to go ahead and implement it, that should facilitate some of these mid-year resignations, retirements that we are receiving. Because again, those are advertised, but the applicants that we're receiving are those that do have a bachelor's degree, but just do not have that additional part of that degree.
Okay. Questions?
Yes. But I believe Dr. Broder was going to speak, and then I'll ask my questions.
Getting organized over here in just a moment. Okay, thank you, good everyone. Just wanted to reiterate what Ms. Rosie and what Ms. Lupita are saying, just to let the board know that the district is working, and Human Resources is working very diligently toward teacher recruitment and teacher retention. You know, years ago in this district, it would appear that HR was one department unto itself, and the curriculum and instruction department was another unto itself. Now we are working in human resources and curriculum entitled federal programs. We're all working in collaboration, and that's what it takes to recruit good employees, highly qualified employees to the district, and not only recruit, then have a plan, a process in place where you can provide for them the necessary professional development that they need. You know, teachers leave the district, a great majority of them, because number one, they feel that no one cares about them, what they're doing, and they do not feel secure in what their assignment is. So we are working towards showing some caring by having the very best of the mentor teachers and letting new teachers know that we do care about them, and also giving them sufficient professional development so that they do feel secure in what their assignment is. And especially impressive is the fact that the new teacher program works with the new teacher through 5 years. So that in itself is a tremendous, something happened, a tremendous effort on the district's part as far as retention is concerned. One other thing, too, that we had some discussion on is possibly looking at the recruitment of some individuals that may have multiple certifications, so that when we get ready to make assignments, we can utilize this particular teacher in several different assignments as opposed to utilizing that teacher because they have a certification in maybe one area, maybe 2 areas. So we're doing some big things here in the district.
So good morning, Dr. Brown. So how often are we doing virtual recruitment? Because I do see other districts, not only in New Mexico, but in our neighboring Texas districts that are continuously doing virtual recruitment. How often are we doing that? Because like I don't want to lose the applicants that are out there. We want to pick them up before the other districts.
Right. As far as statistics are concerned, relative to a response to your answer, I don't really know. But as far as we are concerned, that's a possibility. Now, we have done some virtual interviews as far as some of our support staff is concerned, and have you done any with our teachers? Virtual? Okay, and we have done some virtual interviews for our teachers. And we will probably continue to do that because that is a trend now. That is the way to go. And as a matter of fact, we get information from different companies who specialize in setting up these virtual interviews for recruitment of teachers. And so some of them we can look into the possibility of going with these companies, but it just depends because, you know, we're over here in southern New Mexico, so we would kind of look to go with companies that really, that might be in a position, put us in a position to better reach clients or individual applicants who want to come to southern New Mexico.
And then I just want to make sure, so Margarita Barraza is now the new Title II under federal programs, which means professional development. So she's in charge of dossier, and then
Actually, no.
No?
And Rosie, do you want to clarify here? I can give you this.
I'm sorry, yep. She is doing everything with teachers, but we are not providing now the direct support to the teachers with the dossier. And reason why, on region, what is it, region 9? That's the program from the state, is region 9, right? I will forget the number. They are providing direct support to all the teachers on the state when it comes to preparation of dossier. So we don't have to do it in-house anymore. When they call it, Margarita, what she does is like the communication. She works with all those teachers ready for the dossiers and assigns them, say, this is the phone number, you have to call, contact them. In region 9, what they're doing is giving all those teachers, they assign like a mentor, and they assign trainings, and they don't charge them anything, and they have all the support working on the dossier so they can have a successful dossier. So we are not reviewing dossiers anymore in the district.
How about so she supports new teachers. So are these new teachers being assigned a mentor teacher at their campus?
Oh, yeah.
And then how are these teachers being selected? Because I would hate to be voluntold, and I know I would prefer like our veteran teachers, but I think you need somebody who's willing and instead of forcing them. So how are those teachers selected?
So let me tell you how the mentor process is. The requirement by the state, because there's requirements in the mentorship program that we need to follow according to the state. So that's how we design our mentorship program. We select a mentor. Mentor has to be level 2 or level 3 licensed teacher. And the way we do it is like Margarita works in collaboration with the principal. And they think who you think will be a good fit for this teacher. Because if you have a special ed teacher, you don't want to give in a teacher that has nothing to do with SPED, right? So this is very important, and sometimes has been very challenging to find the right mentors. And that's how we assign the mentors. And the way we are, the mentor is assigned. We cover the stipend for the mentor for a whole year. Teachers are supposed to have a mentor for a whole year. But I can tell you, like right now, we had new teachers that were done in December, for example, with the mentorship program. And like we had, for example, 2 principals contact Margarita and say, you know what, I think I still want to continue with the mentor. Can you cover that? Can you cover the stipend? And say, yes. So we're having that flexibility of working with principals. If they tell us, I feel this teacher still needs more support, I don't want this teacher to be without the mentor. I think can I have it for another 6 months? Can I have it for another year? We have been very flexible on that, trying to provide the flexibility from Title II, and provide all the support that is needed from mentors. Mentors receive a training also from Margarita all the time. Yeah.
And is who's in charge of national board certification? Is it Margarita too?
I have, we are having like a contractor, one of our ex-employees is still in charge of this. It's called Veronica Lugo. And Vero Lugo, and there's a team of national board teachers. It's national Veronica Lugo, Nancy Belagamba, and I have three, and no, Nate is not doing it this year. She decided she didn't want to do it this year. And Angela, I forgot Angela's last name.
Angela Sanchez.
Angela Sanchez, I'm sorry, Angela, yeah. So they are helping us with all the new teachers right now. Yeah, we coordinated the program. We're continuing with the program because we have a very big plan for next year with the national board teachers. We're going to make something really big next year. We'll let you know when it's in place.
Okay, and then I have one more question for HR. And I appreciate those of you who are watching online. I guess we do have individuals, and so I just received a text. That is a tough question, but I'm going to ask it because I'm responsible to my constituents for a response. So who would they talk, so I'm talking about applicants that are fully qualified and they keep getting overlooked in our district. So who would they need to talk to get an answer as far as why we're not hiring them?
I'll do my best to answer that. So, think of the process. So the process is we advertise, and we want everybody to get a fair opportunity to apply. So one of the things we put in place, it has to be advertised for 10 days. Then, we have minimum qualifications. If they meet those, then they're interviewed. Now, no matter what job, it could be education, it could be, this could be technology, it could be, there's a committee, typically, what we try to use is committees. It could be a single person, but usually we try to use committees. They're going to have a series of questions, and they're going to rank those individuals based on how they respond to those questions. So when I have a candidate, I've had people reach out to me with this question is, first, I look at the resume, and let me just use an example, and this is kind of, I don't know, I'm going to say a little common. Administrative position, it's hard, that first administrative position you get, it's hard to get it. Because you're competing against, if somebody has more experience with you administratively and you're coming from the classroom, how do you overcome that? So one way is, did you prepare for this interview? And I'm going to tell you, at this point in my career, I have served on hundreds of interview committees, and I can tell you by the answer to the very first question, I don't care what the first question is, I can tell you if they prepared or not. Right? And so did you prepare? Because if you think you're just going to walk in here and read a textbook to me, not going to happen. And especially, and I've told a couple of the board members this, I try to have a very different mindset when I'm interviewing teachers who probably haven't had a lot of experience with interviews. So it's, I'm a little bit more, I show a little bit more compassion when I interview teachers. When I interview administrators, you better be ready for it. I'm not going to save you. Because if I hire you and I realize I got to save you, what did I just hire? An administrator that needs my help, right? That's not good. And then a lot of times I go back to their resume and say, okay, you've been a third grade teacher for 28 years. What do you know about kindergarten? Well, nothing. What do you know about sixth grade? Nothing. What do you know about middle school? Nothing. You're competing now. Your 28 years of experience in third grade is probably equivalent to about 5 years. So the teacher that's got 10 years experience, but has been a third grade teacher for 2 years, moved to kindergarten, did summer school for sixth grade, they actually are a better candidate than the 28-year employee. So those are the kind of conversations that I'm open to have with people. Now, people have to be open to hearing that, and sometimes that's a little hard, right? I get it, but I'll warn them. I'm going to be a little harsh on you, but I'm only going to do that to try to help you understand. Do you, and some people will, they'll come to me and say, well, I have, I'm certified in everything, right? Go down the list. Well, how have you applied that certification? I'm bilingual certified. You ever taught in a bilingual classroom? No. Well, I don't know if you're good. I know you could pass the test, but what's that tell me that you're good at? Right? And so those are just kind of the, and then there's, today there's some changes. Have you had any training with SEL? If you're an elementary teacher, are you math endorsed? If you find an elementary teacher with math or science endorsed, I guarantee they're going to get a job offer. If not their first interview, their second. Guaranteed. Right? So what do you have to offer? And so that's how I would try to coach somebody, as opposed to saying, oh, the system's broken, Gadsden just doesn't promote from within. I got a lot of people here that would argue every one of them got promoted from within. Right? I mean, I think everybody here, with a couple exceptions, more than 20-year employees, promoted from within. So that person that's struggling, I would like to look at them and maybe coach them to say, let's talk about what's on your resume, what experience you have, how do you respond to those questions? Sometimes, I'm going to be honest with you, if I'm hiring a pre-K teacher, Estrella, and this person comes in, and I've shared this with you. I'm not a natural smiler. I'm not, right? I don't know why. And a lot of times people will say, are you upset? And I'm like, no, I'm fine, right? And my wife and I first, became a couple, she's like, are you upset? No, this is just me. This is my face. What I had to learn in a classroom is kids would get afraid of it, right? When I was, my first year as a fourth grade teacher, they would, and I had to use my voice a lot, talk to them a lot, make sure, good morning, how you doing, right? Let them hear that enthusiasm in my voice, because naturally on my face, right? Estrella interviews someone for a pre-K position, me for a pre-K position, and I have that face. That's not going to go well, right? I'm going to have to counter that, right? Now, what if I'm hiring, I got Nick here with a lot of experience secondary, I got a pretty good, I'm hiring someone who, I'm just, they're like a comic book. That's the way I maybe describe them. And those 17-year-olds are going to take you seriously? What do you bring into the table to show me you can lead this classroom and you can take charge of it? Now, some of them can, right? But those are the kind of coaching things that people have to be willing to hear, and they got to be willing to also look upon themselves and say, how can I get better? What can I change? Right? And people that are willing to do that, Mr. Hernandez, I think, is probably the best example. And every school we go visit, she'll go, I was a teacher there. I was a bilingual teacher there. I did that over here. I was an instructional coach here. I was assistant principal here. I was a principal here. I was a principal here. Chief academic officer, fourth largest district in the state of New Mexico. The system, I would argue the system will work if you're willing to take on challenges. And it wasn't that she was bad at things that moved around. No, there was a need at a school, right? I need a bilingual teacher. I'll do it. I need a math teacher. I'll do it. I need you to move over here. I'll do it. I'll be an instructional coach here. I'll do it. And look at the experience she's gained. And everybody here has got to live through, get to experience that. So I'm going to argue there's a lot of opportunities here if people are willing to engage in that. But it's hard, right? I get in the habit of, and I hear this all the time in Gadsden. I want this job, but I only want it at Sunland Park. Well, I'm sorry, that job's not open at Sunland Park. It's open at Yucca Heights. And I know that's a 45-minute drive from your house. You want to be an administrator? That's where the job is. And so I know it's been a little bit of a struggle, and it's been a little different, that sometimes we're advertising jobs without a location. We're saying, we need a math teacher. We need a principal. We need an administrator. But we have so many positions open, maybe at certain times, I don't know where I'm going to put you, and we're going to try to figure out the best fit for you. So we put a committee together with people from, a particular school, and they say, oh, I like this candidate. And another group says, well, I like this candidate. All right. So I don't know. I think I did my best to answer the question. I don't know if I truly answered it.
No, I appreciate your answer. I was about to ask him, I'm like, he answered it, because I don't want, I think, and tell me if I'm wrong, from what I understand from what I'm hearing you is, we're not promoting people changing, okay, I'm a kindergarten teacher 1 year, next year second grade. Because, I've seen your career and very similar to what I've done, different things, but that you stay a couple of years there, And so I guess I would just ask is, all right, administrators are obviously, I would hope that they're looking for the future leaders by mentoring and, hey, you know, Danny, I see you as a potential, you know, high school principal, et cetera, and so mentor them. But also, I guess, sometimes there's those teachers that want to be a first grade teacher for the remainder of their career, no interest in administration, which is cool. But, you know, I think we also need to do a better job of communicating to our future aspiring leaders that, hey, just what you said, sir, is look for different opportunities to serve, not only, you know, to grow your resume. Do you see where I'm leading? Yeah. Because some might be thinking, you know, that they're good in whatever position, but just, you know, spread that word out.
Ms. Flores, that's a great, just a quick segue into what I wanted to talk about is through student leadership, through student success, we established GISD, actually, the Aspiring Principals Academy within our district for that same reason, because I'll give you an example. Like Mr. Dempsey, I've been on a lot of committees, and really it's the answering of the questions, right? They know what they know, but they don't know they know it, and it's very hard sometimes to answer a question if you're not an administrator, right? Because it's a different world. So what we're doing is providing that coaching. So we sent out and I think we presented this at the board meeting just briefly, one of the board meetings, where we sent out who wants to join the Principals Academy, and officially aspiring principals. We put like a 25 limit because we really weren't sure. We hadn't seen too many people apply and things like that. We ended up with like 68, and we didn't even realize that we have so many staff members with admin licenses, but they haven't been given, we've never seen them in a leadership capacity like you said. So when we got them, this is the group that if you want to be an administrator, you need to step it up. You need to be the one volunteering for the mentor teacher piece, right? You need to be the one volunteering to work the summer pieces so that we can use you as an administrator and know. And so even question-wise and things, Jed, the last aspiring principals meeting, we gave them like a question from that's common, not an interview question, but you've got to know your SPED programs. You've got to know, if you're going to be an administrator, your bilingual programs. So they're giving like a little homework, right? On your campus, what are your programs, let's say? And half of them don't know them because, like you said, Ms. Flores, you might be just a kinder teacher all your life, right? Or for the last 5 years, but you've never been in the IEP. You've been there maybe as a teacher for the 10 minutes they ask for your input and you're gone. You've never been asked to lead something or be the, so we are trying to build that piece in so that we are able to keep growing our own.
And then I guess just to piggyback on what you said, so if a teacher, I'm a 7th grade middle school math teacher, and yes, I have my license, never thought that I want to do this, but I want to do, are your administrators supportive of, hey, Principal Avila at Chaparral Middle School, you know, I'm thinking of being an assistant principal, but, you know, not ready for it, but can I start going, can I attend? Are there the opportunities where they can go attend IEP meeting, whatever opportunities, so that they can see, is this something that I want to do? But they also have the opportunities to learn. Because many of us,
those are opportunities that when you get into the IEP pieces and all that, we have to request, of course, the parent permission as somebody who sits there. But, you know, if whoever is saying, you know, I have an admin license, then you can say, hey, you want to help me out in the after-school program and monitor it with me? Like, there's opportunities to jump in. And I think that's what we're trying to teach the aspiring leaders, is that you really need to take the initiative. Being an administrator is a very, very challenging piece, and it's not easy, right? And so it's this balancing act. So they need to also take that initiative to show that I want to be a leader. And so, yes, there's opportunities, but, you know, of course, there's guidelines and there's things, but because some parents don't want to want you in there or things like that, but we would just follow.
The system, I would just add, Mr. Hernandez, thank you for that. I would just add that the system, we're also trying to build a system. This is going to kind of sound mean, but there's a reality here. If somebody's just looking for their high five, I'm not interested in you. I'm just going to be honest. You've done 20 years. Well, most of our teachers are eligible for retirement at 25. That's changed for our new ones. But you've done 20 years in one grade because it was comfortable. You love those summers off, right? I get you. Now it's your last 5, and you want to pump your high 5 for your retirement. I'm going to design an interview system that doesn't get you through. I am. Because I'm going to try to find that commitment that either you have or you don't have. Really, it almost always comes down to time. And what Mr. Hernandez described to me, and it made me think, is, are you the first one out of the parking lot? Or are you the last one out of the parking lot? Do you mind coming in on Saturdays? Do you mind doing it? If you don't, you're going to be a pretty good administrator. If you want to put this in a Monday through Friday box and you're done at 4 o'clock, you'll never be successful as an administrator. No way, no how. It won't happen. And so we try to design a process that says, let's find those and let's make sure they don't get through. Because they don't have the commitment. It is hard work to be an administrator, and there is a time commitment. You're going to give up a lot of time with your family if you're going to be an administrator. There is a reality you have got to deal with, and if you can't deal with it, it's going to be a wreck.
Now I was just going to mention that for those, out there colleagues, I'm a teacher too, it's like, you don't have to be an administrator to be a leader. Understand that. There's beautiful opportunities out there, whether in central office or even as a level 3 teacher, you should be the leaders in your campus. So, just food for thought. Not that I'm saying to not aspire to be a principal, but there's so many other wonderful opportunities. Just FYI.
And we love those individuals who say, look, I'm happy and content as a teacher, but I'm also willing to do some other things. That just helps. That's culture, right? That becomes, I talked to a principal this week who told me about, she made the comment, she talked to another, this is a secondary principal, talked to another secondary principal, and the secondary principal shared, I had 13 people out this week, and it was really a struggle. And this principal is telling me the story, and she goes, man, she goes, you know what, we're okay, we've been doing fine, we're doing great. Well, then she calls one of her APs and says, hey, how many people we have out this week, or this day? She had 19 people. She had more than the other. And she goes, well, I didn't realize it. A group of teachers got together and said, here's how we'll cover it. The admin team didn't even do it. That's leadership. I mean, that's like, whoa, what's going on that campus, right? And that's, I'll say it, it's Santa Teresa High School. She didn't even know it. She's like, I didn't realize I had that many out that day, but the teachers worked out a way to cover it, and kids were all taken care of. That you talk about leadership and culture, and there's something huge there. That's big accolades. We're getting close on time. Sure,
yeah, Mr. Dempsey, just a time check. It's 10:38.
I knew you were going to do that.
A couple things here. I think Ms. Flores, a little bit later when we talk about some of the PD, I think some things I might mention will kind of go back to the point you were making there about teacher leaders. This is very vital. Mr. Dempsey, just for you to decide here, we have one last strategic goal here. It's really about safe, secure schools and facilities. However, we're over time. I'm not too shocked, which is fine. However, you may want to consider taking a break now, come back, do the safe and secure schools, and then we can just directly move into the PD. So that's my suggestion.
Yes, can I just mention one more thing before we go to break?
Oh, sorry, Mr. Cano.
In regards to your theory, Mr. Dempsey, I do agree with that. And reason being is because since I've been teaching at the Southwest University, we've been getting a lot of students that come in that thinking that going into surgery is going to be a walk in the park. And it's like I explained to them, you come in, you got to be the first one in, you got to be the last one out. No matter what you position yourself, in sports, in education, or even in nursing, if you're going to promote yourself, you have to put in the work. And a lot of students don't understand when they go into college, it's the same thing. You've got to put in the work to be able to succeed, especially in surgery. Because not only it takes you away from your family, because out of 7 of the days that you're at work, 7 days you're on call. And you're not just there just the regular 8 hours. You got to be there 12, 16, 23 hours, in surgery. Not just that, standing. And a lot of people don't understand, a lot of students don't understand when they go in there, is that, this work is not for everybody. And I think it's the same way with,
Right. Well,
exactly, so.
yeah, it's really another factor, just to be honest, and I tell employees this, and some of them get offended. One of the first things I look at is, what's your attendance? Are you an employee that takes off, and I'm going to be honest, if your attendance is less than this 90, we ask students to be here 92% of the time. If you're not here 92%, I don't care what reason, I don't really want you to be an administrator, because it's going to fail. Administrators are never gone. They have more to leave than you can imagine, right? Because they can't. Because if something goes wrong, I'm calling you, right? I'm not calling someone else, I'm calling you, right? And so those are factors that just people got to remember, that their own behavior reflects, that interview committee sees all of that. And so you have an employee that's been here 20 years, but every year they take off 10 days. They're not a serious candidate for an administrator. They're not.
You're going to go ahead and get hired as a teacher. I know that we're agree, other profession, please come in if you're interested in being a teacher. For they have also and this is how I'm willing to go ahead and exhibit. It's going to be very hard for an administrator to say, I do want you in my campus. You do have some initiative to say, hey, you've already bit of research to actually say, you're coming from a very simple to just go ahead and say, not just because of, we have to think of our students and they come first.
Let's try to take, let's take 10 minutes, and then I will try to finish up that last one, and then we'll move on. Thank you. some of those facility needs we're already working on. A lot of the needs that come up, I'm just going to be real candid with you, there's already progress towards them. And so I think if I were to guess, the first year, you're going to see a lot of them starting to get addressed. Year 2, way more than half. And by year 3, I think we'll be able to shore a lot of that up, okay? Thank you, Estrella, for sharing that. Yes?
I know you were saying that that you guys have a waiting list, but do you guys work with a community where with our partner daycares? Because I know some of them, they already have also they're part of the early childhood, and then they're planned with a focus program.
Sure.
As well.
We do. Is it as strong as it should be? No. I think you also need to know that there are no qualifying factors to be in our program. You just have to be of age and live in the district, where other programs such as Head Start do have other factors that help them, that, you know, ensure that they qualify, to include income, I believe. Here at Gadsden, it's open door. If you are of age, you're welcome to come. And so I think that's what makes our waiting list a little bit different, is a lot of those kids can't get into some of the other programs. But Ms. Murillo, to be transparent, I think that's definitely an area where we can improve.
One thing, and the reason that I'm asking this is because, like I told you, early childhood, I'm very passionate about, is that I became very close to the daycares of Bumblebee, and I saw how like quickly they were jumping from 2 to 3 to 5-star, and I'm like, how are you doing it? And then when I got invited to go to those daycares, and how she quickly expanded all the way to Chaparral, and then she told me about the program. She said, I used to be just a daycare learning center, now I have the 4-year-old, 3-year-old group. So when you're saying that, I'm like, well, I'm sure like there's...
Yeah, actually, Bumblebee Daycare is one of our partners that we do work very well with. So I am in communication with Ms. Lira, and we're on other committees outside of the community together. So that's one that we do work hand in hand. But like I said, we have some growth in that area. And our schools are also 5-star.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So this particular goal really, there's some other factors or other documents that I think are important to mention here. One, safe school plan. Every campus is required to have a safe school plan, and we are working now to make sure our security department is a big part of helping ensure that that safe school plan is implemented on a campus. Now, ultimately, it's the campus administrator's job, but we want to, I need another safeguard that makes sure we're conducting drills correctly, we're reporting those correctly, and we're prepared, and then I need some feedback on where we have struggles and how do we address those struggles. And then another huge document. This document is so important, and we just approved it a few months ago, the Facility Master Plan. If you ever have questions or thoughts about facilities, my advice is start with that facility master plan. And Jessica, I think you could share. This is a very in-depth, I'm going to even use the word study, of our entire district and every building, and they give us a list of recommendations from the experts that says, here's the things you need to be doing. Okay, and I don't know, Jessica, if you want to add to that.
Exactly. And the nice thing about the facilities master plan is it's categorized into, I believe, 4 categories. So your category 1 is having to deal with a lot of the, anything that's high priority, like safety issues at the campuses that need to be addressed first. So when we got the facilities master plan this last time, I went through with maintenance, and we created to address all those category 1s as much as possible. One of the things that you'll see on this, the strategic plan, is that the physical building security issues is that facilities master plan recommended changing the lock sets on all the classroom doors, because right now what we have mostly out there, as they go bad, we're changing them with a specific one where the teacher
teacher can push the button inside the classroom and it's locked, whereas most classrooms, you have to go out to the exterior of the door and lock it with your key, and then close the door. And that's, you know, if in case of an active shooter, that's not considered safe. So, and that's a huge item, because you're looking at thousands of sets at the price of about $300 a piece. So that's just an example of what the facilities master plan points out. And some of them are, you know, we do what we can as far as category 1 with the budget and resources we have. And that particular item, like the lock sets, that's something that we would have to delve into other funding for.
And we talked a little bit about it, and there's a lot to learn regarding facilities and the funding streams to access, right? And so there's matches and state matches. PSFA is a public school facility authority, and they are the oversight group for school facilities, and they give you guidance on, you know, and when there's state dollars attached, they're the ones making sure those state dollars are being expended appropriately. And then, of course, we have to be poised to have our match before we get started in a project. And I know just a reminder, you know, we got 3 major projects, and 2, you know, it's all 3 middle schools. Chaparral and Gadsden are in the planning phase. ST's coming. So it's probably right on the heels of finishing up those Gadsden and Chaparral. We're gonna then jump off to ST. And right now, I don't think it's been decided whether it's a Chaparral, especially. We had a meeting this last week. I don't think it's been decided whether it's a complete rebuild or a remodel, but you know, they'll give us some guidance, and then that'll come to the board, and we'll be asking for your guidance and input into what do you think that might look like. And you know, one of the big pieces to this is, and I always want you. We always want to be transparent, and you have all the information. You know, we've talked a lot about starting STEM, 6th grade STEM academies, and I still think it's the route to go. But I want, from a financial perspective, if we do a rental or a lease, if you will, we're going to have to put some money in it. We've set aside about $6 million. Knowing now that these middle schools are coming up, I would rather invest that $6 million into something we own, because if I sign a lease, when my lease is up, we're done, right? This way, we would own it, and if we wanted to start moving those 6th graders in those academies, we would be ready to go. And so that's something the leadership team has discussed, and we would, you know, we're looking toward that ask of the board that says, let's just plan it to where we put those 6th grade, a 6th grade wing on each of these middle schools. And I realize some of our communities may be a little resistant to the 6th grade idea at middle school. And that doesn't mean we have to do it right out of the gate. Some are ready to go. Some of our campuses have some really overcrowding issues. Yucca Heights, I'm going to tell you, we're going to be back out at Yucca Heights talking about attendance zones this coming summer, and they are busting at the seams. Yucca Heights is now larger than Chaparral Middle School, and and ST, right? So that area is growing so fast. One, we're going to have to probably revisit those attendance zones, and then 2, if I could move those 6th graders off that campus, and that's really quick. I built a lot of space, right? And so that's just things that we're thinking about and talking about. That really covers the strategic goals of our plan. If you have questions, you might email them directly to me. I'll try to get those answers to you. And, 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 you know, I do have it in the draft for the agenda. Now, keep in mind, just because something's on an agenda, you're the board. You don't have to approve a thing. You may get to an action item and we table it. That's an option. We may not be ready, but I think we're pretty close on this one, and we may have to discuss it a little bit more. But it is, I am going to propose that it be on the upcoming agenda as an action item, okay? All right, who am I transitioning to? Mr. Leyva.
So I got a couple of slides to have a brief conversation about some of the professional development initiatives and programs that we are working with. And it's not something that we just started. We've been working on it probably about a year and a half, and we will continue to work with them, because initially you have to provide that initial professional development. I have to provide support for my specialists so that they can get to that deeper level, and then we start going into the classrooms with professional learning communities, visiting the classrooms, which ones need more help than others, and so forth. So I know that you have heard about letters training, and that's something that all teachers, including bilingual teachers, receive, because if you look at it from the perspective of a child coming in as a kindergartner, if he's in a bilingual classroom, he's going to learn a set of sounds, phonological awareness in Spanish. But really, truly, if it's in a dual language school, he or she will be receiving that at the same time, either from that teacher or from the other partner. If it's a transitional school, then it's gonna happen around second grade. And so bilingual teachers have to be able to do the English and the Spanish, and that's where the structured literacy comes in with Canciones y Cuentos, and also with Estrellita and Lunita, another program that we are going to start using most likely at the beginning of next school year. You see there's 60 bilingual teachers. That's your kinder, first, and second grade. That's the number of teachers that we have, more or less 20 per grade level. The other thing that we're working with is called GLAD, and GLAD, it's a very intensive approach of how do we help our teachers to be able to organize teaching strategies when it comes to English language development. We're talking about 100 and some strategies divided into different categories. And so the teachers get a 2-day building capacity training. We're going to start a new cohort in next week. It's going to be virtual. And then there's a 4-day classroom demonstration. So that's where they see someone coming in from Dual Language New Mexico, and they actually go into the classroom. Mr. Carmona has been very helpful. We videotape what's going on in the classroom, because we don't want teachers in that classroom, COVID. They're sitting in a library, and they're receiving this video, and they're basically learning from what that demonstrating teacher is doing, once again from Dual Language New Mexico. So we have trained all instructional coaches at the elementary level. We have trained about 65 K1 teachers, and then 85 second to 6th grade teachers. And then we're going to start with, in the spring, like I said, it starts next week. We'll be working with about 75 teachers K through 6th grade. The next thing that we have is the WIDA ELD standards framework, and WIDA, it's a consortium out of Wisconsin. About 40 states are using their standards. They're using their assessment. This is where Access comes from. They're using their trainings, and so we become part of that. And the fact that we cannot do the face-to-face training, so we have gone into a system where we have modules, and these modules are spread out through the year. Right now we're working on module number 4, and the goal is for all elementary teachers to go through these modules and complete that particular PD. The next one is called Advancing Language Learning through Title I and operational funds a year and a half ago, last October. we bought 400 kits. These are English language development kits by grade level, and this was in an effort to assist our teachers to develop the second language for some of our children, or to fortify their reading and writing. And so, regardless if they're in a bilingual or if they're in an English monolingual classroom, and will need this kind of support. At the high school level, we have a framework, and we've been working with teachers. This is a 6-day training, and what they focus on this particular framework is the 8 components, which are basic, focusing on language, supporting the meaning of language, activating prior knowledge, affirming identity, so it gets into cultural awareness, cross-linguistics connections, learning strategies, accessing text, and the last one is plan peer interaction. And that's something that we're basically doing across. It starts in preschool. If you don't interact, if the teacher's doing all the conversations, then really kids are not learning. The next one is a cooperative type of learning. We're doing those on Saturdays, and that's for our secondary teachers. It gives them strategies on how to best structure instruction in groups and how to best involve 7 to 12th graders into a learning model, excuse me. And then we have another one that is called a self-paced workshop with building vocabulary. Once again, academic language, and when we're done with academic language, we'll do more academic language, because the social language is important, obviously, but if we don't have the academic language in both languages, then it's difficult to get to that achievement that we spoke earlier about. The standards for ELD standards, it's a little bit different for the secondary, so we're working with 60 teachers this year. We have a newcomer program at the middle schools, and we're basically talking about 25 to 30 children per campus. And so this particular program is called Everyday English Plus and Language Life. It's actually from the same publishers as Letters. So it's very structured literacy for our second language learners at the 7th through 12th grade level. Second to last, we have the ELD Academy, and this one is a 3-day training where we focus on working with our new teachers. We're going to focus more on that, is what are the models, programs that we have in our district, second language acquisition, assessment, language objectives, and how does that look in the classroom. And so we do, in the morning, we do a lot of theory, in the afternoons, we do more hands-on. And then the last one is, as our demographics are changing, we have 8 transitional schools, and the reality is we don't have many bilingual children in those schools. So we have multi-grade classrooms, and so we're trying to provide that support to teachers. And basically that's it. Are there any questions? Thank you.
Good presentation.
Thank you.
I wanted just to share, we presented part of this to the school board, but I wanted to just go into more detail in regards to this Marzano piece. We are starting our cohort groups with the Marzano group, and so our first piece was that we had the district leadership training, and that included, the leadership teams included the instructional coaches, all district leadership, all of us were actually there, well, that had to do with academics. our special education instructional coaches, special education district specialists, bilingual specialists. So we came together as a team because all of us, we're really trying to work on not separating us as groups either. Like, that's a bilingual thing, that's a SPED piece, that's a secondary piece, that's a pre-K piece, including pre-K. Yesterday I was part of this piece. So as you can see there, this is just a map of where the scope of work is going to happen. So because of the size of our district and the type of training that we want to offer is we put the schools into 2 cohorts. Now, I do want to reiterate the piece that just because we're not working directly with some schools, coaches and district specialists are all getting trained and administrators. So there's going to be some focus pieces at the first cohort, but the coaches in the second cohort will have all that information and will implement it on their campus, just with not that strength of support. Now, Jed and I, and the team, in talking to, in determining who needed the first cohort, who would be the first cohort, we looked at some data, we looked at some of the surveys that he has sent out to campuses. If you notice, the Chaparral area was selected first only because currently, right now, the data shows that that's our highest at-risk community, right? And it's just in regards to just numbers and like Yucca Heights, for example. I don't know if I have them in this first one. They, like Mr. Dempsey said, they are just growing so much. They need so much support that, like, their poor instructional coach at this time, one person for 7 grade levels, kinder, first, second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. So that's how they were picked. We were picking our communities based on need, based on some data. We also included, if you notice, the middle schools are in here. The 3 middle schools are also part of this piece. Desert Pride Academy, because of the number of students, and Alta Vista were able to be put in this cohort. We also picked some based on some of our new administrators. So we did go ahead and add Benino in there. But so there are 2 cohorts, but I just want to make sure that everybody's aware that we're not separating the training from the leadership teams, the instructional coaches, and the district specialists. So all principals from all these schools will be on this same page. Then, so what we've decided is be very systematic with Marzano, and if you notice, we developed a 3-year plan with them. And so it's defined by the colors. So as you can see, our resources will be some books for administrators, specialists, and coaches first. Currently, our coaches are being supported with some literature pieces, a book that we have from Marzano. We're purchasing more. Rosie's actually helping us purchase some more pieces for our new teachers, especially those who are alternative certified, so that they understand the proficiency grading scale better and how to develop those rubrics and all those pieces. But as you can see, so we've already established, and we've paid for already, actually, these pieces for this school year. Collaborative teams that transform schools, 110 books, and then we have team coaching. We have 4 days at each of the first schools already. We've developed those days as well, and again, it's just leadership first, and then they'll implement through the PLC. We have 16 days scheduled already. PD days, 2 full PD days, all the events regarding standards, assessment, and grading for schools. Leaders will have a live event. There's virtual events with different dates, and we're allowing schools the flexibility of, it's a school-based decision, so we will be monitoring these pieces because we want to make sure that they are taking advantage of these, right? The whole point is for us to get better, and we've had some campuses actually either reach out to us or to you, and so it'll be interesting to see if they take this opportunity, right? Because they're saying, we want to make sure that staff is being trained and our administrators are there. If we will, well, actually at this point, all of our administrators are on board with this piece because they really enjoyed the leadership training we had was just spectacular for us, and it was modified for the administrative team and then for the instructional team. So us as administrators got a different piece, and then the coaches and the district specialists had another one. So as you can see, the resources are here, handbook for developing the proficiency scale in classroom. There's a workshop we're doing because one of the requests is that we develop a district-wide piece. And so that's something that we're going to do. Our our rubrics will be across the district, or anything we're doing, our grading piece will be across the district. And so those are pieces that we are working on. There's also PD for coaches only. And so if you look through here, this is for, in the summer, is when we have a school wellness wheel. And that's a way of supporting also our beginning teachers. We were talking about that piece, Ms. Rodriguez, earlier. And this will be, because they are not on contract, it is a paid piece for them, a stipend piece. And one of the things we're getting ready to release is dates for them, so that in the past, we were kind of behind in when we're doing things in regards to informing staff and planning. We don't let them know till April or March, and by then, I mean April or May, but by then you've bought your tickets to Disney World, you've bought your, you've already planned your vacation, your husband's already taken off. And so we want to make sure, our goal is that by maybe February, the first or second week, we already have summer school dates, right? So we know it's June. One of the things we're trying to do as a district, because this COVID piece has really taken a toll on teachers and on administrators and everybody, parents, we're trying to, well, we're actually already doing it. The entire month of June is set aside for professional development, summer school, ESY, so that there's kind of like a dead time, not for, well, even for us, the last week of June and the first week of July is kind of like a dead week for us right now currently for PD or anything like that, so that there's a true rest for everybody. It'll alleviate some of the trying to work all summer and you have PD one day or you have PD in July, and just to alleviate some of that piece. And also our summer school, like Mr. Dempsey was saying, will incorporate that piece of more of a camp model in regards to what we'll be offering. I said this at the board, kids do math, and then we send them to math intervention, and then we do math tutoring after school, and it looks the same. We're doing the same thing. And so our summer school will be more project-based learning, incorporating those pieces into real life. Then in the fall is when we really are working here, again, leading standards by learning, improving teacher development, educator wellness again, okay? And there's institutes leading a high reliability school. This is 2023, so we've planned it pretty much ahead of everything, lots of resources. We will not be providing the training. We have actually contracted out with Marzano so that, we are able to have our staff really understand it and focus it and have the experts on this piece. New Art of Science, you all are familiar with this. Well, Ms. Flores, I'm sure you're familiar with a lot of these books. Classroom assessment, coaching for educator wellness again. And in this whole piece, we'll be supporting the instructional coaches, our teachers, and that's what we're working on right now is our development calendars. But this summer, we'll definitely hit a hard piece for our campus teachers. And so, again, we're trying to be mindful of the PD for them. If you notice, bilingual also has a lot of PD. So as we sit, we're trying to make sure we're not stepping all over each other, so that they're able to participate in everything they want to, right? And so those are those pieces. Okay. Any questions on this piece? Yes.
So for the standards-based grading, is it optional or is it?
No, it is for everybody. A staff member that cannot make it during the summer because they're not on contract, that's why our coaches are being coached up a lot, and our district specialists, because that'll be part of the PLC piece. But for our coaches, our specialists, and our administrators, it's not an option for sure. But we really want to give staff an opportunity to participate this summer. If they're not able to, it'll be part of one of our PD days when we come back, Ms. Flores, so everybody will get it eventually if they didn't participate in one of them. So it'll be built into our calendar as well, so that everybody gets it, okay? We're just providing the opportunity in the summer for those teachers who really want to work on it and really get involved in it. Thank you. Do you want to join with Randy's?
Yes, I just wanted to share with you all, if you were interested in some of the activities going on in special education, at your convenience, you can click here on this page here. Just so you'll know, this first tab, as Mr. Rapinette said, is listing the different professional developments by title and topic, when they occurred and how many hours they occurred for. You'll see a blend of different items there, and then of course on the second sheet you will see individual campus support logged by the different specialists, the support type, and the hour that they were there. So what you'll find here with Mr. Rapinette, what he provided for you all to review at your convenience, is a running list of what has been taking place this year and what he has planned into next school year. So I just wanted to give you an FYI on that. We're going to go ahead and shift over to Mr. Araujo. He's going to share a little bit about elementary, and then I'll conclude with a little bit about SREB overview and how it involves all levels.
Thank you, Nick. In front of you, you'll see the current instructional programs, and let me just summarize what the department is about, so that we don't assume. Because when I came in, I assumed that I knew who belonged where, and I really didn't know. We have 4 district specialists, and each one of them is more specializing in a topic: language arts, science, math, and social studies. And Ms. Cumplido does help us out with the physical education and fine arts. She's also the one in charge of the science. They're real hard workers, so I feel that we're really lucky in having all 4 of them. We also have 16 instructional coaches, which each one is assigned to an elementary, and they work really hard. They are going to be a key figure in our district once we start this Marzano program that Ms. Hernandez was talking about. So they're very special figures in the schools right now. They're going to be instrumental in being the facilitators and the trainers of our teachers, because as we value having trainers from outside the district, we also need to develop trainers within ourselves, and I think the coaches are going to be the key figures in that. And if we go to the next one, so that I can share with you the professional development that we're having. And with this, like Ms. Hernandez said, we have to be very creative. And the main reason this year is because of our lack of substitutes. And we don't want to put that burden on our schools, so we have to be creative. And the PD, that's not mandatory. We're doing that on Saturdays for those teachers that want to go on Saturdays. And some of them are after school for those are volunteer. We're focusing right now on letters, which is the language essentials for teachers of reading and spelling. Those programs have been going on now for 3 years. This is going to be our 4th year, and that's for kinder through 6th grade. We're also training the instructional coaches to be the facilitators of the school, so they can be certified to train other teachers in the letters. And now we're doing what we're calling Soaring Saturdays. Those are with Dr. Fierro. Dr. Fierro he used to work for the letters. Very knowledgeable with the phonemic awareness part. We're starting those on Saturdays through the semester and through the summer. And then for science, we're doing the Science Overview PD, and then the Introduction to New Generation Science Standards, which is abbreviated NGSS, that's what they're referred to, and that's the District Instructional Specialist. That would be Ms. Cumplido training the teachers. And we also have the iReady. The iReady is our adopted curriculum for math, and those trainings are mandatory. And then for social studies, it's unpacking the standards, and those are for our curriculum. We are lacking PD, and we're working on all those parts with a physical education. I think for years our PE coaches have lacked the support that they needed. I think more in secondary, we assume because they have
director. In elementary, our PE coaches are pretty much on their own, so we're working on supporting them with some outside trainings, and also so that they have a group where we meet all 16. All 16 elementaries have coaches, and sometimes they don't know what curriculum to run, and they were lost, but I think we're coming together with that, so that's where we're really going to focus on. Any questions? Yes, ma'am.
What is the feedback of the staff when it comes to all these? What is the response? When did you start implementing all that, I guess, also as well?
I'm sorry, Mama.
When did you started implementing these, like all this, and like has it gone into effect? Was gonna start, and then what is the feedback of the staff when it comes? Because a lot of times change and transition is hard, but at the same time, I would like to know what is the feedback of the staff.
Well, I think most of the staff, they value the training, because sometimes they feel lost that we just throw them out there, like with the iReady. We started the iReady before the pandemic, and so we really didn't have any training it was online, so it's not the same, so they were really appreciative of Mr. Salas having those trainings that we had in the San Miguel special projects, and they were really appreciative of being there in person. The ones who mentioned some support that they've told me have been the coaches, the PE coaches.
Mr. Araujo, I'm sorry to interrupt you, and Ms. Murillo, one of the things that we do is every training, there's a survey. We're trying to put surveys at the end, and then we tweak whatever is needed, because they'll say, like you said, I think Ms. Rodriguez hit something where they'll be like, I've already had this like 3 times. Do we have to make it mandatory for certain, and so then the next time we meet, unfortunately, our PD calendar, I don't know, Nick, if we could show it to them just so they see, we have so much professional development. The feedback is usually that teachers, that's why we're very conscious of when we're planning it now, because in the past, the complaint has been like, I've been out all week from my classroom, right? It's not that they don't want to attend, but if you're doing, iReady for 2 days, and then I'm having you do bilingual 3 days, and then we're having special ed do CPI training, and so when we're sitting, like Manny will sit, this is our PD calendar for this month, right? For next month. And so as you can see, there's all these pieces going. So when we sit, I'll use Manny because we're doing this, and he'll be like, okay, so we know, I can't see right now, but let's say Monday was a special ed group, right? So, okay, we can do bilingual because now you're not pulling the same group of teachers. Does that make sense? And so it's very strategic and very time consuming. And so one of those days you see the 1, 2, 3, 4 trainings. Okay, but every campus, if we're asking every campus to go, those are subs. There might be 25, 40, and 50 people. That's 200. On top of the people who call in absent, the people who call in that morning, somebody who gets sick during the day. And so we as a team learned that quickly, right? And so when you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, some of these, like bilingual and iReady, and some of our pieces like Marzano, we came in late. He's planned this since July. He literally did the calendar for the year. So now if we need some training, we have to be very conscious. So that was before this team came in. So now, moving into next year, okay, we'll sit and say things like 2 days, can you cut it to, if he's like if I say I need 4 days, no, Rosie, we'll say you need 3, because I need a day for new teachers. And so those are our very dynamic conversations that we have, right? And so yes, the feedback, I think the biggest feedback that we get is there's too many people off my campus by administrators, which is true if we're not conscious of it, and teachers are just like, I need to be in my classroom. And then Saturdays are great, but not everybody can attend them all the time because of their families and all that. So we're really looking like at next year's calendar into building it during the school year. Does that make sense? And and we do surveys, and we try to tweak and adjust as needed. Absolutely.
I had a question. I mean, okay, so it's my understanding training is for kinder through second grade, correct?
No, it also includes the upper grades.
So it does. Now it does.
So, some components of them.
Okay, so I'm gonna go on my bandwagon thing that I keep saying, or whatever I want to call it. I don't, maybe correct me, but where is the okay, so I see letters training for intervention teachers, but where are literacy intervention, where are the teachers being trained, or what are we using to reach our kids? Because I know letters training is awesome because I didn't have that as a kindergarten teacher, and we're learning as we're going. And so there is a gap of I'm gonna say 3rd, 4th, 5th, middle school and high schoolers that have these gaps in literacy. So, because I'm gonna ask the same question when I come to secondaries, what are we doing for the kids that need intervention in reading? Because if there's gaps that we need to fill, they're not going to be able to access, the curriculum for their content areas if we're not continuing to provide them support to become better readers. Does it make sense what I'm saying? I don't help me understand where we're providing intervention services for kids that didn't get letters or whatever. I don't know what I'm trying to say, because for last year's 12th graders, they were balanced literacy, and balanced literacy, definitely you and I were trained, and so with Mr. Araujo, there's definitely good components, but we've learned that we need to add, which is structured literacy. But I guess I'm gonna keep fighting for what are we doing for the kids that have these gaps.
And we did notice that we have those gaps, and I think those started since we started going as away from the balanced literacy, and we didn't adopt another language arts curriculum, which is in the one that's coming up in February. So we're hopeful that that's where we're gonna find our filling our gaps. And I understand what you're saying, because I agree with you. I think that's where we've gone astray once we started going away from balanced literacy.
And I guess as a fellow teacher, we also have to be very careful, because I know we're going to be, y'all are going to be adopting language arts. That's what he said. Okay, awesome. So currently where as my role, where at my employer, I had never had the opportunity to review ELA material until like a week ago, or this semester. I did it in math, but not in literacy. And so, there's questions that you go through. While I rated the one that I saw that met all the needs, I'm still not convinced that a curriculum, ELA has everything to intervention, while there are other programs that are research-based, that are explicit instruction. Have we thought about researching other programs that would help us? And I guess I'm not suggesting pulling, because we know that intervention services are better when you're a push-in versus pulling them out. It's just like, does it make sense what I'm asking, Ms.
Actually, I had the same question, Ms. Flores, in regards to the adoption piece, because one of the things we're focusing on is as we look through those materials. So currently, what we're doing is they're using EL curriculum in the elementary level, just because we're in adoption and we've never had a textbook. But the whole point, the thing that really, why we went to that structured literacy framework and doing the letters training was because we were missing that phonological, that phonics piece, right? The actual structure of language, how do you acquire the language, sounds, that was missing completely in the balanced literacy framework, because people kept confusing it for a program. And so currently, that's the piece that Dr. Fierro is supporting the elementaries with right now. When we've done it, we're doing it up through 5th grade, and this is why I think that 6th grade really, I know that we're gonna have to be discussing this piece. 6th grade really needs to be at a middle school level, but at the secondary levels, we do ILIT in the intervention classroom. That's what we use separate, apart from the mainstream curriculum. What I've advised as we adopt is, like you said, no curriculum is full, but we're really, first of all, looking at pieces like, if it doesn't have a Spanish component, we're not looking at it. right? We have to have the digital resources because like Mr. Dempsey said, we're not going backwards. We need to be able to have the videos, the sound pieces, whatever needs to be done in order for the links. So that's another piece we need. The other piece that we're looking at is, and I don't know which ones you've reviewed so far, we have them all in our bistro, is within the textbook adoption, do they have can we purchase the supplementary resources for special ed modifications, for EL modification or EL piece, or the piece which is often missed? What does it look like for an advanced student, and what does it look like for a student who has the intervention, right? Who needs to, so because the state is really putting the burden of intervention on the classroom teacher right now, right? Technically, they're saying your layer 1 and layer 2 needs to be here in the classroom in your small groups. And so we're working with Jed and I are talking about what does it look like in the new structure of our campuses, right? And so we are being very conscious on the adoption. And for example, our elementary principals, actually, I was talking to 2 or 3 of them and Mr. Araujo, they're asking, can we, on top of the adoption, whatever let's say, I don't know, we buy the Vista book, the publisher, can we choose a supplement, for example, for K2, for those pieces? And the answer is yes. And so we're working to, now Ludim is probably online. Ludim, we need more money. But anyway, so yes, those are conversations we're having and looking at what else can fill in the gap, because letters is not a curriculum. Letters is just how do I teach what I have. So we're going to adopt this book. This book doesn't have all the pieces I need, so how do I adjust this instruction to move my kids to read or to understand the language piece? And so we are looking at that as well as like our CTE, but there's just a lot of things in the adoption that we have to be very conscious of, and I appreciate that question because you and I have talked about like the intervention piece, and so, but there's also, especially with this proficiency grading scale, there has to be the ability, if we're going to adopt a book, what does it look like in advanced? Right? It'll just support our campuses more with the Marzano piece and the leadership training. So we're really looking at those pieces. So yes.
And I was going to say, you said it better than I'm always fumbling for words. I know it doesn't come out.
So we are looking at a supplement piece. I don't know what the cost will be, but I do have some of the elementaries who have requested this piece as well, which is great, which tells me that our principals are truly becoming instructional leaders and looking at those pieces for us. So yes.
No, and I appreciate it because I've never been letters trained. I want to, but it's awesome the training that the teachers are getting. But I think of myself, man, if the curriculum, we're with the teachers hub and our team here in Gadsden, we're going to, or the district teachers and whoever's involved will pick ultimately the best curriculum. But I like what you said is that thank you for looking at the possibility of another source, because when you're in the classroom and you're like, okay, so you've got your core curriculum, but I'm like, this is not telling me or giving me assessments to, okay, Peter needs specifically help in this. I know there's something there, I just can't pinpoint it. But with a research-based, phonemic awareness, phonological awareness intervention, you can actually meet the exact needs. So thank you.
Yeah, so that's a big piece, but absolutely. And I just want to let you know the letters training is so intense. I sat in one and, just to make sure I knew, well, as chief academic officer, I better know what's happening. It's very, and I'm going to tell you, Ms. Antunes, Neri Gamon, I'm sorry, I knew her when she was like 5, and Ana Nunez and somebody else, Kimberly Gamboa from Chaparral Elementary. Those 3 ladies, the training is amazing, the way that they've set it up and all that. If you ever have a chance, even just when they do it virtually, I might send you the link so you see the beginning of it and how it's structured. I was like, wow, I'm so impressed. But again, they had to pull 20 teachers. Does that make sense? So they need subs. And then we still had other training. And so, yeah, so that I think that's the stressor for staff right now, that we really don't want to be out of the campus. They're just so committed and dedicated to it. Thanks. Okay, that's it.
So Laura mentioned something about her not, just now seeing the curriculum for the reviewing the curriculum. So I know that we are doing the adoption right now. Who are part of this, because I hear her saying it's the first time. So what is the group that is comprised of looking into the curriculum, what it looks like and selecting?
So that's an excellent question. So I'm a big believer that every teacher should have the ability to look at it, right? The issue is that you do have to have a committee at the campus level. So what we've done in our district is, under my directive this year, and we've done it different at different schools, we ask that all the adoption materials that come are put in the book room so that teachers can review it with coach if they want to, look at what they like, see what they need to see. And then there's a committee picked. Either you ask for volunteers, or in my case, I would probably pick my most advanced teachers, not all of them, but there's teachers who really understand curriculum, because it's difficult. I mean, it's not everybody. So then that committee reviews them. There's a rubric for it from the PED, from the state, that we use. And then, like Ms. Flores said, it talks about, there's different issues, multicultural pieces, there's just all kinds of criteria for it. Then the campus, whatever the campus votes on, and you recall Mr. Lara will present to the board the top one for that campus. It's submitted to him. And then pretty much it's a democracy. The one the campus is picked is the one that is chosen with the most piece. But everybody has the chance, and I don't know, Mr. Carmona also this year sent out the remind to the parents that we have it here for their review. Parents can review it too, anybody who comes in. So we did send out a remind message letting them know that if they wanted to, we have a central location too. Yes.
So part of this committee, I'm assuming that the ones that are included would be the instructional coaches and the specialists, since they're the ones that really have to be acquainted with the program and knowing what it entails, and so that they can.
Yeah, and we actually try to make sure that, the instructional coach is a part of it, but we try for them not to influence it so much at first, because you have there should be a special education teacher for sure, lower grade, upper grade, bilingual teacher, because everybody needs to be able to have a voice at the table, right? Because I can pick whatever is best for me if I'm the English only, let's say, but they have the videos and they have this and they have that. But if we don't have it in Spanish or modified for special ed, or some pieces where a bilingual teacher would know that you need resources like graphic organizers or translation pieces in a video, a sped teacher would know that, how do I modify the assignment? What does it look like different? And so they're the first one. Then the coach, along with us, when they meet with us, then we kind of start seeing what's happening in the schools. But they are part of the committee, absolutely. We also ask that maybe an administrator be part of the committee, because as we walk in classrooms and do observations, you can see the gaps in the curriculum, right? And so those are pieces that we view as a committee. Yes.
So I had mentioned to Mr. Dempsey earlier, I think this is a big subject and conversation. I actually will be requesting more information on this for this upcoming board meeting, because I think that it is critical that we are very cautious and very, very proactive in making sure that we get the curriculum that is going to be effective for the next, what is it? How many years do we have after it's 7 years? So yes, I think that this is a long conversation that we could probably continue for a while, so.
Can if you want to though, because you do want to bring it up in a board meeting, so I can be very specific about what you would like in a discussion? Or,
yes.
Okay, we'll talk? Perfect. Is that okay? Are we able to do that, Mr. Dempsey? So, okay, just so that I can hit your point, so that since like Ms. Flores says, so that the community knows what they're able to see or do, right? And how the process works maybe. Mr. Lara's not available right now, but I'll step in for that piece, absolutely.
So just a couple notes. Ms. Chavez had reminded me that keep in mind that we are an extended learning time district, which there's a requirement for 80 hours of professional development for each teacher. if somebody's telling you they don't have an opportunity to get 80 hours, I'm really struggling with that. I'm just going to be real candid. I'm really struggling with anybody that says they can't get 80 hours. We have people with 200 hours now, and the year's not even over. And so I really struggle with that, but just keep that in mind. It's something that we will talk about. And then I just wanted to make a note on letters. Ms. Hernandez mentioned it. It is incredibly demanding, to the point, I mean, as teachers, a lot of times we're very used to going to a training, and it's like this: sit and get. Letters, you get homework, and you got to have it done by the next go around, and the next go, and every time you get homework. And it really, I'm going to be honest with you, and I say it because it's a little uncomfortable as adults, but in my opinion, and I think Ms. Flores alluded to this, I have a K-8 license. I do not, I could technically teach in a general ed classroom reading. Until I sat through letters, I wouldn't have known where to start. It really is the missing component, in my opinion, of undergraduate programs. And there's very quick, one training will make you a better reading teacher. You sit through all of it, and you really have all the components to be successful. So very important training there. Okay. All right, where are we at next, Mr. We're going secondary.
So I'm going to take you a little bit through SREB and how they're supporting our professional development, and to Ms. Flores' point here, the development of leadership outside of the administrative level in our district, and how that's worked in the past, and kind of how we're using them to support that here in the future. So I kind of want to start off by framing our work with SREB is the umbrella, right? Trying to create a pre-K-12 umbrella with a group of experts that can give us a lens in which to evaluate our improvement process, our leadership, and our structures in a pre-K through 12 system. We've had a long-standing relationship with SREB. My fourth or fifth year in teaching, so we're talking 15 years. But what's important to remember is that long-standing relationship was really only related to one or two campuses. We have never in the history of our relationship with these consultants made it a pre-K-12 effort for alignment. So when we talk about the pre-K-12 system and looking at it all together, they're helping us do that. And so I think some of the past successes that they've shown with some campuses, namely Santa Teresa High School and Chaparral, were the ones that were involved back when I was teaching and first becoming an administrator, and when Mr. Rupsich was the principal at CHS. Those were the two that were involved. Up until this year, there hasn't been heavy involvement from the others. So just a reminder, these are the different folks that are aligned and going to be involved in working with SREB for systems, structures, and leadership. So kind of all levels and elements of our campuses. I want to point out that there are leaders in all of these groups, and we have to make sure that we foster, facilitate, and grow those leaders. Sometimes people are in positions, but we don't ask them to lead. And so I believe that has been something we need to improve on, and I'm kind of reflecting on a lot of my own experience in kind of speaking to this. Again, these are the different components. I kind of laid this out for you as a framework in the board meeting, so I'm going to touch on each one of these individually a little bit for you. So number one systematic thing that SREB is supporting us in, and I think this is something that Ms. Flores is going to be familiar with when I use the term PLC. I didn't define it for you, but that's a professional learning community of teachers. This is the training schedule that we're using. So pre-K through 12, they're helping us create teacher-led teams that are professional learning communities that focus on, when we're talking about instruction, that we're focusing building on Rick DeFore's four questions here, okay? We want all our teachers, when they're in their teacher teams, to answer these 4 questions. What do we want all the students to know and be able to do? How do we know when they learn it? How will we respond when some kids don't learn it? And how will we extend learning for kids who are already proficient? So as you can see, the 4 questions are overarching from our grade scale to looking at student data, to planning assessments, to planning lessons. So a PLC, well run at any level, is going to drive your instruction forward in an important manner. To Ms. Flores' point, if we have an issue with student literacy, if we sit down and ask ourselves these questions in PLCs based on standards, then that leads us as a team of teachers in a department or a grade level on how to move forward, because all of us have different experiences and different expertise. So one of the core elements that SRAB is supporting and training us in as a systematic thing is PLCs. Number 2, part of that, and this was a big shift, is that all of our elementaries this year, as was discussed in the board meeting, went under a curriculum and instruction review. As Mr. Araujo shared in one of the board meetings, we don't want to reshare it. We did include the links of the schedules and what they look at for our current board, our returning board members to review, and for Mrs. Murillo to investigate. If you have questions, it's pretty self-explanatory. If you have questions, please reach out to Mr. Araujo, and I will be happy to help you. But long story short, an SRAB team was led by an SRAB person, but had campus administrators, teachers, representatives from other campuses going and using the standard review of all of our elementaries to identify areas of strength and areas of improvement to move us forward. And so that was done with all elementaries. I would anticipate, now in the past, in the 10, 12 years ago, that was done with CHS. It was done with STHS. They give you results, and if you choose to take action on those results, you will see improvement. If you choose not to, you're not going to. SRAB provides you a framework from which to improve. They don't provide you a program. So I'll use the example here. We have gotten results of, we'll get results from these CIRs. We'll probably have them in elementary and middle school next year. They're kind of like diagnosing the issue, giving us a path forward. We have to find the medicine to address it. So we have the medicine. We're already using some of the medicine, right? That's GLAD, claves, letters, Marzanos. The Marzanos Compendium of Instructional Strategies, that doesn't get any better than that. If we get everybody in our district over the next, in our cohort cycle, although system-wide, operating out of the Marzanos Compendium of Instructional Strategies as our sheet of music in this district, we're going to continue to go through the roof on our achievement, our teacher efficacy in the classroom, and a feeling that they can do the job well, and supporting our new teachers. So I just kind of want you to frame that as, SRAB providing us the system, the framework. We got to find that medicine, and we have to make sure that people take the medicine, that people receive the medicine that is going to best meet their needs for their classroom. As part of that, SRAB is also very good at, and here's where we kind of see some of our leadership in teachers and specialists being built, is our teacher feedback and walkthrough protocol. As I put on the agenda for your reference, I think really for Ms. Murillo, a reminder for our existing board members, our district priorities. One of those priorities is student engagement, dialogue, and discourse. We have to have in this district, and what you'll see when some of the final SRAB reports come out, engagement. We have to have a common definition in this district of what engagement is. So SRAB is training our specialists to take the lead in calibrating what engagement looks like in our district, looping in teacher leaders to go around on the campus, participate in those learning walks, and in conjunction with the specialist, in conjunction with the coach, identify trends and needs in the district relative to engagement, defining what engagement looks in the classroom, very similar to our proficiency grading scale. We want an A at one school to mean an A at another school. We want what is defined as engagement at North Valley to be the same as defined as engagement at Chaparral Elementary. and engagement, the same as engagement at Santa Teresa Middle School. And that's work we have to do, because our goal with our specialists is to make them such leaders in that they replace our consultants. That's what our consultants want. They want our specialists to become our local consultants. We want our campus leaders to be the leaders that eventually can become the coach and become the specialist and become the administrator, all those layers of leadership. So, sorry, I went off a little tangent there, but they're really helping us, as you can see here, the definition of how we're working on the engagement of the academic services walkthrough form relative to engagement. Our next step is alignment, course alignment to standards on lesson plans. That's the next element that they're supporting you in. So again, those are two systematic pieces that SRAB is engaging our leaders at all levels to do that. One thing that SRAB does specialize in that sometimes some of our other consultants have a little bit of a gap in. SRAB is very good at career technical education and career pathways, because they don't believe that every kid has to go to college. Their framework believes that every student must be college and career ready, and that pathway looks different for everybody. So for your information, I know the history of SRAB in the state of New Mexico. 16 years ago, I guess, 15 years ago, was actually a state grant through the Carl Perkins Grant, which is a federal grant for college and career readiness. So that's how it was funded statewide. That's how it made its way here to many schools in our state and into Gadsden through that CTE lens. So they continue to do that for us. As we mentioned in a previous board meeting, they did conduct a review, kind of like a curriculum review of all of our CTE programs in middle school and high school. They just met, I think, right after the last board meeting. They were just meeting to identify some problems of practice, and then they're going to get that focus team back together to move forward. They're kind of formalizing that. But for your reference here, some of the findings, again, areas of strength, areas of weakness, they always give that to us, right? They help us plan, and then we have to take the action to move forward. Again, with both the CIRs, the elementary CIRs, and the CTE pathway reviews, they both always involve site development workshops and focus team coaching. So, if you were to go to an SRAB site development workshop for elementary CIRs, or you were to go for CTE, you'd see teachers, specialists, administrators, coaches, all in that meeting, kind of planning, as a team, what the issues are, what needs to go forward. And of course, they are providing this coaching for us throughout the school year. One thing we're excited, we had done this in the past and bringing it back, they will always support us in project-based learning for our CTE teachers. We had kind of been, this is something you'll see, we're going to grow that CTE into the middle schools, and then, kind of down a little bit more into the elementary and pre-Ks over time. In the past, we've only had our high school teachers that have gone through the project-based learning for CTE with SRAB. This year, we are, of course, engaging our middle school teachers in that. It's been a little tough because of COVID. We're not getting as big a cohort as we like, but we have about 15 teachers next week that will start engaging in this semester process with an SRAB consultant. We've linked here for you, how that training looks. They focus on two things. They focus on CTE, but they focus on integrating literacy into the CTE projects and math into the CTE projects. It'd be the more folks we get trained in the project-based learning, the better. But you really have to look at those folks that kind of want to do that, because project-based learning is pretty complicated. So you got to kind of start with the willing, get the excitement going, and then really build that out. So we're engaging in some project-based CTE learning. And then finally, and I'm going to conclude on this and loop back to kind of the start of high schools that work and some personal experiences as I'm kind of reflecting on some of the important statements that Ms. Flores has made about leadership. At the end of every July, they have a summer conference. This year it's in Grapevine, Texas. The title is Be the Difference, and it's one of the preeminent professional development conferences for schools that we've had a chance to attend. And for those years when, 15 years ago, when those folks were working with STHS and CHS as part of the SREB grant, this conference was one of those conferences where, as a teacher, you'd go to get your batteries charged, okay? And this wasn't just administrators going to the conferences. It was a team from your campus. It was, to Ms. Flores' point, you're not an administrator, but I see what you're doing in the classroom, and the SRB folks would say, I need you, to go and present. I want you to do a session at the national conference talking about what you're doing in the classroom. Many of the administrators, I'm thinking about several of the secondary ones, including myself, this is where our opportunities began. Our opportunities began with the leadership through SREB. I was teaching history, I was getting my admin degree, and that principal, that SREB consultant said, hey Nick, hey Hema, hey Vicky Lopez, Brenda Mejia, these are just ones I'm bringing off the top of my head, like what you're doing here, I need you to present at the conference. And so those leadership opportunities not only allowed us to lead on campus, but really allowed us to make Gadsden shine at a national level, bring that back, gain that necessary experience for the resume, the confidence to move forward. And I want to be truthful to Mrs. Flores' point. We want to get people back to these conference opportunities where they can recharge their batteries. We've been having a pretty significant conversation as an academic services team about something, and I'm even thinking of my personal time as principal, because I think I was very guilty of this, and I can't figure out where it went wrong, but something occurred, the last 6 or 7 years where we expected teachers to be less of leaders. Does that make sense? I'm just kind of reflecting. Like, I know in my experience, it was, hey, Nick and whomever else on campus says, hey, we need your leadership on this. The administrator would say, will you take this on? We were given that opportunity, we took it on. At some point, I know as a principal, when I became a principal, at some point I stopped doing that. I said, don't worry, I'll do it, or, this person will do, that person will do it, don't worry. And I think sometimes for me, in the idea of, gosh, this teacher's really busy, right? They got a big job. I don't want to burden them with an additional thing. What I've done is I robbed them of an opportunity to lead on something. I didn't even ask them if they wanted to lead. And so I think as an academic services team, we've had that hard conversation about, this group of people that you see at the beginning of the presentation here. Everybody can lead in here. But we need to ask them to lead, give them the space to lead, and the space to grow and go forward. So that's kind of what we've sort of talked about. We kind of had a realization this school year, and so really working with the SREB to define people's roles. What does a specialist do? What does a coach do, right? What does a teacher do in leadership? What does an administrator do in leadership? The coach can't do everything, I reflected and thought, well, why aren't the teachers at Santa Teresa leading like they used to? My reflection was, in my time as principal, was I think I turned the instructional coach into like a super department head, right? Where they were taking a lead on things that before there was an instructional coach, the department heads took an instructional lead on. So a lot of reflection on systematically kind of what we've done, how we get back to providing that leadership for everybody at all levels. I mean, Mr. Dempsey hired all of us in these positions. I guess he had a choice to say, all of us lead the thing, or don't worry, I'll do it, right? If Mr. Dempsey was sitting there going, I better not ask anybody here to do anything, because they look real stressed out, real busy. You know, he's asked us to lead, and we've taken that ability to move forward and lead. So I think, you know, that's something we need to do. So that's all that's the SRB. That's kind of the conclusion of everything. That's my thoughts. You know, you made me really think, Ms. Flores, kind of as you asked those questions about leadership. So that's my SRB and slight stump speech on our academic services thought regarding that. So my apologies for the bird walk there.
Thank you, Mr. Wargowitz. One other person that I think is incredibly important that I want our board to understand is Eric is here with us today. Her and Ms. Martinez participate in just about every leadership meeting because 95, and Rosie's, this is true for Rosie as well with federal programs, probably 98% of the things we talk about take money. And one of the things that I think we're guilty of and we want to change, and that's why we have them in all these meetings, is sometimes academically, you get an academic group together, they plan some things, and then they come to finance and say, yeah, now find us the money. And finance is like, what are you talking about? And then as things are getting more and more demanding, their perspective, for example, Erica she works a lot with Ms. Villalobos to respond, you know, if we're looking for, trying to get a reimbursement and they want more information, Erica is the one that ultimately, I believe, has to submit it. So she's got to sit with Rosie, and Rosie got to explain, okay, academically, here's why we're using this. Here's why we did this. Here's the purpose of the expenditure, and what additional documentation do they want. And so I'm hoping that as we work more and more together as a group, we're more efficient as a team because they're at the table when these things are getting planned. They have that thought in their mind, and then we're able to feed them that information so they submit the reimbursement. There's no additional information like that, right? Someday, right, Eric? I could dream. They don't want any more information because we already gave it to them. So Eric, and I don't know if there's any part you wanted to share with the board, but we just want you to know how important you are to our team, and we can't survive without you. So, you're welcome. Yeah, thank you. So really, that's what we had planned to present. I hope we've answered some of your questions. What I would say is this team is available to the board. What I would ask you to do when you have questions, just email one of us. Email, and you know, not having Jed here is a little bit, he's showing a college, he's doing a college visit with his son. But he's another resource that's really bright, and he really, so if you have a question, email us. We'll talk about it in leadership and then make sure we get you an answer. And it may help us as we are talking about discussions for future board meetings. Oh, we know the board's interested in this. We know the board has shared this. And then we can work to keep you well informed on what we're doing and where we're headed. And the goal being we all stay aligned. We're all rowing in the same direction to improve and get better. Answer your question, answer community questions, and stay focused on a strategic plan. One of the things I think I learned, if we can all stay focused there, we don't step on each other in terms of just, sometimes it's personality, right? I mean, just get real. Sometimes it's ego, sometimes it's a lot of things. If we stay focused there, a lot of that just takes a backseat real quick. And then the kids get the benefit. And I think that's what everybody here wants, but sometimes it gets all twisted up, and we just want to try to minimize that. Okay? I think we're probably pretty close to maxed out. We probably walloped you with a ton of information. But again, do not hesitate to email us, and we'll work through those pieces, okay? And right now, like, spring is an incredibly busy time of the year, and what we're doing as a leadership team is every Friday afternoon, it's turned from, now it's late, it's been every Friday morning, every Friday afternoon. We're using 2-hour blocks and meeting to try to schedule, like, you know, the morning block we've been focused on, I think, summer school and calendar, and that's coming. Remember, first step of budget is calendar. And then summer school, and then the afternoon is staffing. We have to understand our staffing. Lots of conversations around budget, and we want to try to build. you know, the raises are exciting. Please don't get me wrong. I love the idea around these raises. I do. We have to make sure we can afford this thing, and you know, we can't. You know, you know, if I sit with my wife, I think I deserve to drive like a new Corvette every year, and somehow she's like, no, right? And you live within your means. We have to find what are our means, and where do we have room to kind of back off that a little bit, and be careful. So I guess I'd say I don't anticipate a lot of advertised positions this year. We're going to try very hard any retirements or resignations to try, if we can, to absorb them. You can anticipate several more transfers than we've had in the past. So what we've done is we've really looked at every campus and said, okay, based on their enrollment, based on their numbers, are they over on staff? Are they under on staff? And we found both of those. We found many campuses a little over, that's not terrible, but we found some campuses understaffed. Well, that's not fair. And we want to try to address that this year. So a lot more to come on budget. When we start announcing budget meetings, you know, it might be good to start having some conversations, maybe February, March, as we start seeing this 30-day session close, we probably can make some educated guesses, excuse me, where finances are going to end up, okay? And it's always House Bill 2. Focus, if you're looking to get some information, it's House Bill 2 that you want to watch and see what kind of language is in there. And I'm going to tell you this first week, there were conversations all over the place, little shocking conversations, like mid-year raise, which, just going to tell you right now, I think Ludine, she was out this week, and I didn't even want to tell her. Well, I forgot yesterday she joined us on the call, so I threw it out at the group, and she was like, wait a minute, what? And I'm like, I'm sorry, Ludine, I really didn't want to get your blood pressure up, because mid-year raises are so difficult for finance. I mean, really difficult. So I'm trying very hard to tell our legislators, our staff gets the reward. We want them to get that. But now, in the last quarter, that is really difficult to ask. So put it all in next year. And that's and we'll see. We'll see how. I think it's very likely it'll be in next year's, but still, it's early. Anything can happen. So I'll definitely stay around if you have questions, and I appreciate each one of you giving me your whole Saturday morning, and I really appreciate our leadership team for the work they do. Thank you. You're welcome.